Morning, everyone. It's 10 o'clock, so I'll make a start. The inquiry is now open. My name is Matthew Shrigley. I am an inspector and appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct this inquiry and to determine the appeal by Madaket Limited. This appeal results from the decision of Hart District Council to refuse full planning permission for a convenience retail food store class EA1, means of access, parking, landscaping at the site known as the Park and Ride, Elvetham Heath Way, Fleet, Hampshire. Everyone please turn off their mobile phones or turn them to silent. Secondly, can everyone hear me okay? Yeah, thank you. Before we start the inquiry discussion, there are some formalities I need to complete. Although I've received notification already, I need to confirm with the main parties the persons who wish to speak and their interest in the case, and those who will be speaking making their respective cases. So firstly, for the appellants, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, sir. My name is Ms. MS Heather Sargent, Sargent. I've prepared a list of appearances to save your pen, so I'll hand those around with my statement. And I am counsel on behalf of the appellant, instructed by Chapman Lilly Planning Limited. I will call Mr. James Singer, who is sitting 2 places to my right, an associate director at Litchfields on retail matters, Mr. Andrew Cleves, a managing director and a principal arboricultural consultant at Treacle Consulting Limited on arboricultural matters, Simon Neeson, a director at the Landscape Partnership on landscape and visual matters, Mr. Nick Pierce, an associate at SMR Architects on design matters, and finally Mr. Giles Moyer, director at Chapman Lilly Planning Limited, who's sitting next to me on planning matters. The next person is not on my list of appearances because I'm not going to formally call him to give evidence, but we also have Mr. Peter Batten, Batten, who's an associate director at RGP, in case there's anything relating to highways that is raised by any of the third parties that it would be helpful for you to hear from him on, sir. Thank you.
Understood, thank you. And for the council, please.
Good morning, sir. I appear on behalf of Hart District Council. My name is James Neal, Neill. I'm of council and I'm instructed by the Legal Services Department of the council. So I'll also set out a list of appearances when you receive my opening statement, or I'll send in a separate note just to save you time. But if I could just introduce the council's witnesses. To my left, sir, is Miss Christine Reeves, who a proof of whose you would have already received, and she'll be addressing you on retail matters. I should say that Miss Reeves was a consultant at Lambert Smith Hampton, but she's now a consultant, a self-employed consultant in her own right. So, but she can explain that in her evidence in chief. To her left is Miss David Raper, planning officer with the council. Again, a proof of whose you would have already received, and he'll be addressing you on matters related to design, character of the area, and planning matters. And I should also say within that, obviously, is the question of trees, whether one calls that arboricultural or not, is perhaps a matter for discussion, but he'll cover all of those in his evidence.
And just for clarity, highways matters were referred to in the background. Are you anticipating anything?
No, so as I understand, all of that is agreed with the local highways authority. So there'll be no highways evidence.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so for all parties speaking, I need to make clear I don't need to hear the same evidence twice. If necessary, please refer me to a particular document if you need to. For any members of the public who may wish to participate, I would encourage parties to consider nominating a representative who can deal with main points collectively if there is petition. For the effective use of inquiry time and the number of people who may want to speak, I'm indicating to all parties I'd probably give about 5 minutes per interested person if a particular person does want to speak. All evidence can be taken as already being read as informing the case. And with those points in mind, I do reserve the right to ask anybody to bring their contributions to a close if they are repetitive or irrelevant. There's also a risk of costs being awarded against any party who behaves unreasonably. So it is important that any speaker realises these circumstances if you are seeking to contribute. So in that context, I've not had a list of interested persons wishing to speak. I was wondering if I could just have a quick show of hands. Are there people here who want to speak? So I've got one person wanting to speak, so that's absolutely fine. So I'll ask you to introduce yourself later on in the programme this morning. The next question my side, does anybody wish to film or record the event? I am aware it's being live streamed, of course, but is there any other filming going on? Take that as a no. So I've seen a copy of the council's letters of notification of the appeal and confirming the date and time and location of the inquiry. And that was received to the planning inspectorate in advance of the inquiry. Also seen copies of the representations made in response to the appeal notification, as well as the original planning application consultation and the appeal notification. I will take those into account in reaching my decision. So I've already indicated all evidence informing the inquiry can be taken as being read, and there's no need to repeat specific text areas. But if you do wish to my attention to specific paragraphs of a document, you may well wish to do that. In the lead up to the inquiry, I held a virtual case management conference, or CMC, on the 3rd of March with representatives of the appellant and the council. The CMC was held to discuss the broad points of procedure for the inquiry at an early stage and covered matters concerning an outline of the main issues of the case with the evidence, establishing the running order and related inquiry management issues. For anybody not familiar with case management conferences, I can confirm that the merits of the appeal were not discussed. This would be for the purpose of the inquiry itself. Okay, proofs of evidence. I've received proofs of evidence from the appellant and the council. I ask at this point from the council's representatives, please, can you confirm if the material is available for inspection by members of the public on your website?
Yes, there are two places you can find it. There's the planning application sort of portal, so if one types in the planning application reference number, one can find it there. But it will say the council set up a separate link to just for the appeal. Those documents are you have to sort of download each of them. So it's not a sort of dedicated page in that sense. It's still part of the planning application portal system. But those are available, and they were uploaded. I haven't got the precise dates, but they were uploaded soon after the exchange of proofs.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I did take a look last night, in all honesty, so it did appear to be in order, but I'm just checking that everything is on there, it's up to date.
There were one or two, I'd spotted a couple of core documents that when one clicked them, they weren't quite the same ones, but I think those have been adjusted now. And also, there have been a couple of additions to the, I think, core document 12, a couple of objections have gone in under there, but yes, the rest of it is in order. So on that front, it would just at this point, it might be helpful to, I can see your probably operating electronically, but is that the case, sir, that you'll be mainly referring to electronic documents rather than paper copies? Because I think it would...
I am indeed. I'm referring to electronic copies, and I'll be referring to those copies that were sent to the planning inspectorate rather than on a third-party website.
I see.
So that's standard for inspectors. So
yeah,
just to let you know that.
Good. Will you have the core document reference numbers
yes.
available? Yeah,
yes.
I'm grateful.
So in terms of procedure, I shall be following the Town and Country Planning Appeals Determination by Inspectors Inquiries Procedure, England Rules 2000. Parties have provided me their timings already, and based on those, the running order I've anticipated, I've set out an indicative programme note, which was issued sometime last week. So that's what I'm going to be referring to. In terms of breaks, there will be sufficient time for breaks during the inquiry to stretch legs, have a tea or a coffee, etc. As a guide, I'll be looking to ensure a break every hour and a half to 2 hours as a very rough guide. But we'll take a break usually when a time is most convenient in those broad times. If undertaking a break, the main parties' advocates will need to be mindful that there is no discussion of the case with their respective witnesses being cross-examined, as I'm sure they're already aware. I have a separate retiring room outside this inquiry room, which I'll be using during any adjournments. And as you would expect, there'll be no discussion with myself or the other parties during those periods. So turning to the indicative timetable, I'm just going to broadly read this out. So today is day one of the running order, and when I've concluded my opening remarks, I'll invite the appellant and the council to each make their respective opening statements. This will help everyone understand the main arguments. That will then be followed by statements from any interested party. There is a gentleman who indicated he wishes to speak, so I'll invite him following that. Then look to hear evidence in chief from the council. That will be concerning retail evidence. So that's the council's evidence in chief from Christine Reeves. And we'll have cross-examination followed by re-examination if required. Will lead us to inquiry day 2, where I anticipate we'll hear from Mr. James Singer, retail, followed by cross-examination and re-examination, moving to design character and tree evidence of David Raper. Moving to inquiry day 3, that's Thursday the 4th of June, which is penciled for more evidence in chief from the appellant. So that would be Andrew Cleves, followed by evidence in chief from Simon Neeson, followed by Nick Pierce on design. And that would lead us to the Friday, which is reserved for more planning evidence in chief. So the council's evidence in chief, David Raper, planning, followed by Giles Moore, planning. That will then take us into the following week, where there is scope to hold a virtual inquiry session for planning obligation and conditions, and take us to day 6, which would be Wednesday the 10th of June, to hold potentially a virtual sitting day for closings and closure of the inquiry. Is there any concerns or adjustments requested by either of the advocates on the indicative running order?
So I don't think I need to request an adjustment, but with my apologies, I hadn't understood we were reserving 2 days next week. I can do both the 9th and the 10th, except that on the 9th, which is Tuesday, I think, I've got a commitment between 1 o'clock and about 3 o'clock. But if we're sitting virtually and we're just dealing with conditions in section 106, then hopefully we can accommodate that probably beforehand. And then on the 10th, that has been penciled in by Pins potentially for a second CNC on another case that I'm doing, but we haven't been told yet whether that is happening. But again, assuming that that were to start at 10, and since it's a second CMC, it oughtn't to take so long. I think we would still have plenty of time to deal with closing submissions, because my estimate's about an hour, I think, and Mr. Neal's, I think, is the same. So I hope nothing that's going to derail us entirely, but just a couple of things next week that I need to work around. Thank you.
Okay, I mean, that's taken on board. There is scope to utilise the Monday for a virtual session if that gives the parties any scope. My side, but just throwing that out there. But the council wanted to add to that.
No, so I mean, the council's happy to accommodate Miss Sargent's commitments on the Tuesday. One, we'll see how we go, but I mean, one possible option, given that we've got both planning witnesses around on the Friday, although it might be quite a long day, is perhaps one could even look at some of the conditions at that stage, or at least have an initial discussion on them. But that might save a bit of time on the Tuesday. But if it's an afternoon commitment that Ms. Sargent has, I would have thought we'd be well done. We'll be done by lunchtime anyway, so perhaps it won't be necessary. And it's a lot. It will be a long day on Friday, and the conditions can be a bit tricky.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how we go on the Friday, but if it can be slotted into the Friday running order, I'm more than happy to have the conditions sessions on the Friday. But we'll see how we go on that. But
yeah,
it's a worst case scenario using the additional virtual days is the way I'm looking at it.
So there is one other. It's not a council requesting adjustment, but I've been informed that a ward councillor who I think has already indicated he wants to speak he can't make it for the start. He's not here for the start inquiries. He's got a commitment in Winchester, but I can give you his name, Councillor Foster. He's asked, and I've been asked to raise this via council, that he says he can be back here for midday to give his whatever today for whatever representation he's making. I'm not sure which ward he's in, actually. Do you know? No, it doesn't matter. But he so I think he's asking, or he's asked the council to ask whether he could make his representation at some point between 12, and he's then got to leave at 1:20. Quite keen that doesn't interrupt wherever we've got to with Miss Reeves' evidence, but it might be that he can make that representation just before the lunch adjournment, if that's going to be at 1:00.
Yes, I mean, we'll see how we go, but in principle, I don't think there'd be an issue, but it might cause a problem if a witness is mid-flow, shall we say, and it might not always be possible to work with that time frame. But we'll see how we go, and if it can be accommodated, it will be.
Yeah, it's just to be clear. His name's Councillor Forster, F-O-R-S. Oh, he's Fleet West, yeah, F-O-R-S-T-E-R. So he's the ward councillor for this area. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So in relation to discussion on any conditions in the timetable, this is standard procedure. Discussion of that topic does not indicate that I've made my mind up or weaken the council's continued opposition to the appeal scheme. Same can also be said for any discussion on planning obligation matters. I may ask questions at any stage as we go in the proceedings to aid an overall decision. Some inspectors leave their questions to certain periods in the timetable, but I'm going to ask questions as we actually go through the inquiry. Anybody else want to raise anything about the order being worked to? Okay, costs. I'm not inviting any applications for costs, but if anyone intends to make an application for an award of costs, this should be done before I close the inquiry. In addition, I have the power to initiate the award of costs, whether or not any applications have been made by the parties. And if I were to do this, it would follow a written process with the relevant party after the appeal decision is issued. I have a relatively tight running order, and its contingency, as I've alluded to in the discussion just now, there is scope to hear closing submissions from the council, the appellants, virtually, or failing that, I could, in a worst case scenario, seek closings in writing. But I am optimistic we can avoid that. In terms of site visit arrangements, I'm aware with of the site and the surroundings from the appeal material submitted, site digital material available publicly. Site visit itself will be solely for me to see the site and the surroundings with no discussion taking place. I do anticipate an unaccompanied visit as my initial intention. And with that in mind, the main parties might wish to highlight main viewpoints that they want me to see by way of an agreed plan, if they think that's warranted. And that might aid any discussion we have when going through those arrangements later on in the inquiry. In terms of plans, I will be basing my decision on the plans the council had when it made its decision, taking into account the agreed position statements made within the statement of common ground provided. All documents and evidence should have already been provided, and I'm not inviting any further submissions, but if you do intend to submit any, could you indicate that to me now would be a good time if there are any additional submissions? I think there are. So that brings us to the main issues. So the main issues related to the dispute are the retail impact and whether there would be an adverse impact on the vitality and viability of Fleet Town Centre, acceptability of the proposed design and the impact of the character and appearance of the area, inclusive of tree loss, the acceptability of the proposed access arrangements having regard to safety levels as well as pedestrian and cyclist movement provision. Although I note that the parties have made certain comments already about the highways impacts, and I do note the statement of common ground indicated this issue is being discussed between the main parties directly. Therefore, it might be subject to a further update from them. The avoidance of doubt, I would expect a planning balance to be undertaken as part of any overall decision, irrespective of the phrasing of the main issues. Does anybody disagree with the main issues as I've, in the context as I've explained? No. Okay, that concludes my opening remarks. And in that case, I'll ask the appellant's advocate to make their opening statement, please.
So just before I do that, could I just go back to the site visit and just to ask whether you will be, as well as the site, visiting the town centre to see the position there in terms of,
yes,
actual position?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. The context for the determination of this appeal is that it concerns a site that is previously developed land, PDL, and that is furthermore located immediately south of a community hub comprising retail, leisure, community and educational uses that sits at the heart of the wider Elvetham Heath sustainable urban extension. All of these points are common ground. Moreover, Elvetham Heath as part of Fleet, together with Church Crookham, is identified in the council's local plan as the main service centre within the plan area, sitting at the top of the planned settlement hierarchy. The site lies within the settlement boundary. The appeal scheme would, therefore, bring into permanent productive use a PDL site that, despite sitting within the boundary of the settlement that heads up the council's own settlement hierarchy, has lain dormant, awaiting full permanent development for the best part of 3 decades. Not only would the scheme bring the site into permanent productive use, it would provide significant economic benefits in terms of job creation and would also improve retail choice for shoppers, promoting competition with up to 30% cost savings. That latter point, sir, is particularly resonant given the current cost of living crisis. It is common ground that there are no sequentially preferable sites for the scheme. The council originally identified 8 reasons for refusal. 5 of the original 8 reasons for refusal relating to the proposed access, the need for a financial contribution towards provision of a travel plan deposit, car and cycle parking, the proposed attenuation pond and air quality have since been resolved. And sir, for confirmation, our understanding is that the council isn't pursuing the highways related reasons for refusal. The council's position, though, is that notwithstanding the progress that's been made in resolving the majority of the original reasons for refusal, the scheme remains unacceptable on the basis of the remaining 3 reasons for refusal, which allege first that the scheme would have a significant impact on the vitality and viability of Fleet Town Centre. Secondly, that the scheme's design is in contrast to the overall architectural style in the vicinity and would detract and dilute the positive character and urban qualities of Elvetham Heath, being an inappropriate design response to the uniqueness of Elvetham Heath and harmful to its setting, including by allegedly detracting from the setting of the gateway entrance. And thirdly, that the tree loss that would result from the scheme would be harmful to the setting of Elvetham Heath, again, including by allegedly detracting from the setting of the gateway entrance, and would negatively impact both the street scene and the green infrastructure network. The appellant's evidence shows that the council's position is not well-founded. To the contrary, Mr. Moyer is correct to identify that the scheme is a well-planned, high-quality development. It complies with the statutory development plan overall, and material considerations, including the NPPF, the National Planning Policy Framework, do not indicate that planning permission should be refused. So the appeal should be allowed and planning permission granted. Turning to the benefits of the scheme, these are summarised more fully within the proof of evidence of Mr. Moyer, but which the appellant relies on in full. They include the following: proper permanent development of a highly accessible and sustainable PDL site that's been considerably underutilised for nearly 3 decades. A significant economic benefit in the form of the creation of around 40 new jobs across a range of levels and work patterns. The appellant notes that typically the staff for a little store is drawn from within 3 kilometres radius of the store. Thirdly, improved retail choice for shoppers, promoting competition with up to 30% cost savings in a time of continued cost of living crisis. Fourthly, support from Lidl to local charities and community initiatives. Fifthly, short-term economic benefit resulting from construction employment and consequent investment in local supply chains. And sixthly, delivery in excess of 19% biodiversity net gain on the site, and that point is common ground. Turning to consider the adverse impacts that the council purports to identify as outweighing the range of benefits that I've summarised. On retail, Council's case, as set out in the evidence of Ms. Reeves, is that were the scheme to come forward, it's likely that the Waitrose store would close, and that if Waitrose were to close, it's likely that the Hart shopping centre would also close in its entirety, and there would also be potential loss of the main town centre car park. Council's case is unsubstantiated. It's entirely obvious that the proposed Lidl store would not compete directly with Waitrose. Its impact on the latter would be modest, in the region of 1%, and is, as Mr. Singer correctly identifies, unlikely to impact the Waitrose store's trading operations materially. As regards the council's assertion that the scheme would result not only in the closure of the Waitrose, but also in the closure of the entirety of the shopping centre and potentially also the car park, No supporting analysis or evidence for the views expressed by Ms Reeves has been provided. In reality, the scheme is not likely to have significant adverse impact on the vitality or viability of Fleet Town Centre. It doesn't therefore conflict with policy ED4 of the Council's local plan. Indeed, policy ED4 supports the scheme. Similarly, paragraphs 94 and 95 of the NPPF do not indicate that planning permission should be refused. Turning to design, character and appearance and trees, reasons for refusal 2 and 3 are to be addressed together as main issue 2 in the appeal, which, as we've heard, is the acceptability of the proposed design and the impact to the character and appearance of the area, inclusive of tree loss. The Council's criticisms of the scheme's design and its account of the adverse effects that the scheme would allegedly have upon the character and appearance of the area are without foundation. The evidence of Mr. Pearce, on behalf of the appellant, explains how the scheme's design, including landscape and site layout, was progressed beyond the standard Little design template to include softer design responses, for example, the use of red brick and of timber cladding. Mr. Pearce also correctly identifies that the immediate vicinity of the site does not display a single, clearly identifiable architectural typology or historical character, instead comprising a collection of individual buildings in a range of uses of differing scale, form, architectural expression and function. There is no consistent or unified architectural identity that would dictate a prescriptive design response. Mr. Pearce explains how the scheme has been designed to respond to the opportunities and constraints of the site as it sits within that mixed environment, through a design response based on scale, function, and spatial relationships, rather than stylistic imitation. Mr. Pearce is again correct to identify that the scheme is an appropriate and proportionate response to its context. It aligns with local and national planning policy on design matters. As to tree loss, the extent to which the scheme would necessitate the removal of existing trees from the site is clearly explained by Mr. Cleves. As he observes, from an arboricultural perspective, the scheme's impact on the gateway entrance to Elvetham Heath essentially turns on the treatment of the trees that Mr. Cleves has identified as Group 1. In that regard, a trade-off is proposed, that is, an exchange of the existing gap on the western site boundary for a new gap on the northern boundary, with additional planting proposed on both boundaries. Overall boundary tree cover will ultimately be improved, that is, more new trees are proposed than would be removed. There won't be any significant long-term impact. Turning to tree loss from the site's interior, the trees that would be removed from what Mr. Cleves identifies as groups 2 and 3 have very little visual amenity value due to the lack of views from public vantage points. The impact on character would be negligible. Whilst the scheme would take a bite out of the northern edge of the part of the green infrastructure network that lies to the north of the railway line, in context, the extent of the loss of green infrastructure would be very small, and there would be no loss of connectivity, which is an important function of green infrastructure. Furthermore, a number of ecological enhancements to the woodland to the south of the site are proposed, which would improve its value and function as green infrastructure. Mr. Neeson's evidence provides a comprehensive analysis of the landscape and visual effects of the scheme, based on an assessment undertaken in full accordance with established professional guidance, including Glibia 3. Mr. Neeson correctly identifies that the site is PDL located within an urban edge context. It is not part of any designated landscape, nor does it function as public open space. The site is already influenced by built development and infrastructure and does not exhibit the characteristics of an undeveloped or highly sensitive landscape. Mr. Neeson's evidence shows that landscape effects on the site itself and in its immediate vicinity would reduce to minor moderate adverse at year 15, with mitigation planting becoming established. Wider landscape effects would be minor and immaterial. The scheme would be contained within the existing urban context and would not affect landscape pattern or designated landscapes. Visual effects would reduce by year 15 to moderate and moderate minor locally and to negligible elsewhere. Where visible, the scheme would be experienced in the context of existing built form and would not appear isolated or incongruous within the visual environment. Overall, the scheme would not detract from the character and appearance of Elvetham Heath, nor would it materially harm the perceived gateway to the settlement. It would result in only localised landscape and visual effects that would reduce over time and would not be of a level that would be considered materially harmful in the context of planning policy. So the scheme accords with SAVE Policy Gen 1 of the Heart District Local Plan Replacement 1996 to 2006, policies NBE9 and INF2 of the extant local plan, and with the relevant policies of the MPPF. By way of conclusion, the position is that the evidence of the appellant's witnesses establishes that the scheme accords with the development plan overall. Planning permission should therefore be granted for the scheme in accordance with Section 38(6) of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004. Material considerations do not indicate otherwise. In particular, the tilted balance in paragraph 11D2 of the MPPF applies because the council's local plan is out of date. The obvious benefits of the scheme are not outweighed by any adverse impacts, still less are they significantly and demonstrably so outweighed. We therefore respectfully request that you allow this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to turn to Mr. Neal now, please, for your opening.
Thank you, sir. These are the submissions by the council in response to the appeal brought by Madicate Limited, the appellant, under Section 78 of the Town and Country Planning Act, against the refusal of the council to grant planning permission for development of land known as the former Park and Ride Elvetham Heath, described in the following terms: erection of a retail food store, class EA1, means of access, parking and landscape. Should actually be outlined, sir. So that's something I should delete. Yeah, that was a typo. Apologies. The application was refused by the council on 30th of May 2025 under delegated powers for 8 reasons. Of those, reasons 4 to 8 are no longer pursued. Those reasons relate to highway safety, reason for refusal 4, the lack of a suitable planning obligation towards a travel plan deposit, reason for refusal 5, the amount of car and cycle parking provision, reason for refusal 6, flooding, reason for refusal 7, and air quality, reason for refusal 8. The concerns of the council which led to those reasons for refusal have been resolved due to further information and the agreement to provide a Section 106 agreement containing the requisite planning obligations. Reason for refusal 2 relates to the design and negative effects on the character of Elvetham Heath. Reason for refusal 3 is related to and specifically relates to tree loss and the harm that be caused to the street scene and the setting of the gateway entrance to Elvetham Heath and the green infrastructure network. For those reasons for refusal are maintained by the council. Reason for refusal 1 stated as follows. Based on the information available within the retail impact assessment and the retail impact assessment addendum, there is insufficient information available to conclude whether the impacts arising from Fleet Town Centre would have a significant adverse impact with respect to its future vitality and viability. The proposal is therefore contrary to policy ED4 of the Heart Local Plan, Strategy and Sites 2032, and the aims of the MPPF 2024. The council maintains that reason for refusal and defending this appeal insofar as the council still considers there would be a conflict with ED4 of the local plan and the aims of the MPPF in relation to town centre viability, i.e. those set out in Section 7. However, the basis upon which council says such conflict arises is no longer based on the insufficiency of information submitted. The council's case is now a positive one, i.e. that there would be a significant adverse impact on town centre vitality and viability, and therefore conflict with policy ED4 of the council's development plan, paragraph 95 of the MPPF. The council's original position was that the appellant's original RIA was inadequate. That was entirely justified. Its retail advisor, Lambert Smith Hampton, identified in its reviews of the various iterations of it that there is insufficient detail on the turnover of individual retailers in Fleet Town Centre, and a more comprehensive assessment of the Fleet Town Centre's current health was required. Since the submission of statements of case on 6th of May, that may have been the 5th of May, but there or thereabouts, and very shortly before proofs of evidence were due to be exchanged, the appellant submitted what it's described as a retail impact assessment addendum, May 2026. And I'm going to refer to that in this hearing, sir, as the May 26 RIA, because there's quite a few of them, and I think that's probably the best way of distinguishing it. It addressed these particular deficiencies identified by Lambert Smith Hampton. That document could and should have been submitted by the appellant far sooner than it was. Be that as it may, the council has managed to review it in the limited time available. The council accepts due to its submission at the last minute, and in light of the review carried out of it by its own retail expert, Ms. Reeves, and her own analysis based on her observations of Fleet Town Centre, that there is now sufficient information to reach a conclusion about whether or not there would be a significant adverse impact on Fleet Town Centre. The council still has significant concerns about the conclusions reached in the May 2026 RIA based on survey work carried out. However, the council accepts that the May 2026 RIA constitutes an adequate RIA for the purpose of ED4 and paragraph 94 MPPF. However, be clear, it disagrees with the conclusions reached in that assessment, in particular disagrees that there would be no significant adverse impact on Fleet Town Centre's vitality and viability. Following two main issues as originally identified in your notes, sir, and at the start of this inquiry therefore remain: the retail impact, and whether there be an adverse impact on the vitality and viability of Fleet Town Centre, and secondly, the acceptability of the proposed design and the impact, the character and appearance of the area, inclusive of tree loss. Now, just turning to retail impact, the key local plan policy is ED4, whose aim is to maintain and improve the vitality and viability of the district centres, which includes Fleet Town Centre. Policy ED4 states that development for retail and or leisure with a gross floor space exceeding 1,000 square metres in edge or out of centre locations will be supported if, following an impact assessment, it would not have a significant adverse impact on existing centres. The difference between the two parties, based on the proofs of evidence now exchanged, essentially turns on the question of the impact, the vitality and viability of Fleet Town Centre as a result of the proposed Lidl store. Council will be calling Christine Reeve to address the question of the retail impact of the proposal. For the purpose of these opening submissions, I'm not going to go into all the detailed differences between the experts, not least because some of them are quite complex. However, because they are complex, and to set the context for what Mr. Reeves will be explaining in more detail in her evidence in chief, it is worth highlighting what are the key two issues between the parties' experts appear to be, and why it is that the council, based on Ms. Reeves' evidence, considers that there will be significant adverse impact on Fleet Town Centre. One of the main concerns in terms of impact on the town centre that the council has relates to the Waitrose store, and so you'll be seeing that on your site visit, just across the road here. It is common ground that this is the largest food store in Fleet Town Centre, and is also importantly the anchor store of the Hart shopping centre. This shopping centre forms an important part of Fleet Town Centre, its primary shopping area. It's also common ground that the Waitrose store is not performing at or above its company benchmark, i.e. the level of turnover is not what a food store of its size would normally have. This is not challenged by Waitrose itself when it submitted its objection via its consultant's first plan, and I've given you reference there, sir, to that latest objection by first plan. However, where the appellant and the council disagree is the reason for that underperformance and how further trade loss may affect both the store and the overall town centre. As Ms. Reeves will explain, The reason that Waitrose is underperforming is likely to be attributable to the recent introduction of other out-of-town food stores and expansions, including and in particular Aldi at Church Crookham, which opened in March 22, and the expansions at Morrison's at Elvetham Heath itself. In short, as Ms. Reeves explains, Waitrose has borne the brunt of previous impacts of other out-of-town food stores openings in recent years. That is all directly relevant when it comes to assessing the impact of the proposed Lidl store, yet another out-of-town food store. However, the appellant's position, set out in the May 2026 RAA and Mr. Singer's evidence, appears to be that although 30% of the proposed store's turnover will come from Fleet Town Centre, taken collectively, the town centre stores are very popular, and with the exception of Waitrose, are over-trading. It's suggested in the May 2026 RAA that Sainsbury's and M&S in particular trade at approximately 400 or 850% of their company average levels, but the Lidl store would not compete with Waitrose. On this basis, it seems the appellant is suggesting there's sufficient capacity, in inverted commas, to cope with the introduction of the proposed Lidl store. That in any event, the town centre is healthy, and there is, and I quote, no basis for concern in relation to the impact of development upon the vitality and viability of Fleet Town Centre. The appellant's approach in the May 2026 RA has downplayed the impact on the Waitrose store. One of the key issues between the two retail experts relates to the question of the baseline, and in particular, the market share of the various supermarkets in the town centre, namely Sainsbury's, an M&S food store, and the Waitrose store. Ms. Reeves will explain how the appellant's estimated turnovers of the town centre stores are simply not realistic. They're based on a 2023 household survey carried out by NEMS, the 2023 HS. However, the responses have had to be heavily weighted because it was not representative of the actual population of the area in terms of the ages of the respondents. Ms. Reeves' analysis shows that the turnover estimates based on the 2023 HS are inconsistent with the earlier retail analysis carried out in 2014 and contained in the Retail, Leisure and Town Centre study carried out by Nathaniel Litchfield and partners on behalf of the council and Rushmore Borough Council as part of the evidence base for the local plan. The estimated turnovers derived from the 2023 HS are also inconsistent with retail trends within the area over the last 10 years, and which include a new extension to the existing Morrison store in Elvetham Heath, and as I said, the opening of the Aldi and Home Bargain store in Church Crookham. Ms. Reeves will explain that all of this shows that the 2020 HS needs to be treated with a great deal of caution. And just turning to trade diversion briefly, all of this is in turn relevant to the critical question, the degree of trade diversion from the town centre stores, and in particular Waitrose, as a result of the proposed Lidl store. May 2026 RAA suggests Waitrose will only suffer a 1.4% drop in turnover, or a 0.212 million drop annually, again, partly based on the 2023 HS. That is simply unrealistic, and the reality is that it will be higher. By comparison, according to the May 2026 RA, the smaller Sainsbury's is expected to see a major trade diversion of 2.4 million, and the very small M&S, 0.42 million. As Waitrose itself has said in its objection to the scheme, the amount of trade were identified by Litchfields in the then March 2025 RAA is a significant underestimate. One of the reasons for the level of trade law being unrealistic is that Ms. Reeves considers the retail offer provided by Waitrose and Sainsbury's are similar, and both are likely to compete with the proposed Lidl. Mr. Singer, on behalf of the appellant, considers that the nature of the offer provided by Waitrose and Lidl to be very different. Ms. Reeves also considers the wider trade law suggesting the RIA to be unrealistic, as it relies on trade diversion from a wide range of more distant stores. All of these issues will need to be explored in cross-examination. In summary, as Ms. Rees will explain, the trade diversion Waitrose by the appeal proposal will be greater than that suggested in the May 2026, and this will inevitably further reduce Waitrose turnover. There is a real risk that Waitrose could close. This will in turn reduce footfall within the already vulnerable Heart shopping centre, where vacancy levels are already high, as well as further reduce the potential for linked shopping trips to the rest of the town centre. In that regard, the appellant's analysis of the overall vacancy rates in Fleet town centres fails to acknowledge the particular vulnerability of the Heart shopping centre, which suffers from a very high vacancy rate. Loss of the main retail floor space in this vulnerable part of the primary shopping area, Fleet town centre, clearly result in a significantly adverse impact on the vitality and viability of the town centre. All of this would be contrary to policy ED4 and MPPF paragraph 95. Just turning briefly to design and impact on the character of the area. The key development plan policy relating to design is policy NBE 9, which refers to the need for proposals to seek to achieve a high quality design and to positively contribute to the overall area. So policy Gen 1 is also relevant, which refers to development needing to be in keeping with local character by virtue, amongst other things, of their design. The council will call Mr. Raper to address the question of design and impact on the character of the area. The quality of the suitability of the scheme design will ultimately be a subjective view for you, sir, to decide. But in summary, this is a poor scheme in terms of design, and that is supported by reference to the Elvetham design brief. Elvetham Heath was comprehensively master planned when it was developed in the early 2000s. As Mr. Raper explains, the appeal site occupies an important and prominent site at the gateway entrance to Elvetham Heath, and he has drawn on the design brief in his analysis, which identifies Elvetham Heath Way in particular as an attractive and notable entry route into the site. Mr. Raper will also explain how, as a result of one, the poor design of its built form, which is a generic commercial format seen in many little stores nationally and not reflective of the local vernacular, Victorian Edwardian styles, and secondly, the extensive loss of trees. The proposal clearly is not in keeping with local character and certainly does not positively contribute to it. It's clear, for instance, looking at the proposed front end elevation, comparing it to other little schemes, Mr. Raper has done as evidence, that it is immediately apparent that no real effort has been made to differentiate the scheme based on the particular character of Elvetham Heath. The appellant's design approach, based on what its architect Mr. Pearce seems to suggest in his evidence, is to assume that in the immediate vicinity of the site, there is a lack of a single identified typology, and it is just a collection of individual buildings. And this justifies the introduction of what is clearly a generic design used in little buildings nationally. That is the wrong approach, not least as it does not reflect the local character of the area and does not acknowledge the role the Elvetham design brief played to guide the urban design of the area. All of this will have to be explored in cross-examination with Mr. Pearce. In terms of impact on the character of the area, the council concerns are primarily focused on the impact on character of the immediate area, including to the gateway entrance to Elvetham Heath, due to the poor design of the scheme and the loss of the trees, affecting the green infrastructure network protected by the development plan policy INF-INF2. Its concerns are therefore focused on the impact on the scheme on the character in the immediate vicinity of the scheme and the street scene. The council case is therefore not based on a particular harm to any wider landscape character. There is no real fundamental dispute over the finding of the appellant's TVIA in terms of the magnitude and degrees of effects in terms of landscape. The TVIA submitted by the appellant concludes that there will be a minor adverse effect in townscape heaths on the Elvetham Heaths and Ansell Farm neighbourhood area as a whole, and a minor to moderate adverse effect on the character of the area in the vicinity of the site. None of that is disputed. The TVIA's conclusion is entirely inconsistent with the council's assessment. The scheme is a poor design and does not positively contribute to the character of the area. The key point here says that a TVIA is not the determinant of the acceptability of the design of a scheme, and nor does it determine the acceptability of any impact on the character of the area. Where the council therefore fundamentally disagrees with the evidence Mr. Neeson, as landscape witness, should be the appellant's landscape witness, is his assessment of the acceptability of the degree of harm to both landscape character and visual harm. His assessment of compliance with development plan policies relating to design. These are not matters for a TVIA or a landscape architect, but rather the planning decision maker. All of this will have to be explored with Mr. Neeson in cross-examination. In summary, the council's evidence will show that this is a poorly designed scheme, and one which will harm the character of Elvetham Heath, and one which will significantly adverse affect Fleet Town Centre. It is clearly contrary to the development plan as a whole and to key policies in the NPPF on design and town centre vitality. Benefits of the scheme are acknowledged by the council, particularly the use of previously developed land and the creation of employment opportunities. But those benefits clearly do not outweigh the clear conflicts of the development plan as a whole. For this reason, the council will be inviting this inquiry to dismiss the appeal. Those are my opening submissions, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. I'd like to invite the gentleman who wished to speak up to introduce himself and give his views. We are using the microphone system. It is, I think it's the central button.
Morning, Inspector, and thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Nick White, and I am a resident of Elvetham Heath. I appear as a long-standing resident of Elvetham Heath in support of Hart District Council's decision to refuse the planning permission. My concern is not based on the opposition to supermarkets in principle, nor opposition to development itself. The issue is whether this particular form of high-intensity retail development is appropriate within the context of a carefully master-planned residential community, and whether it complies with the long-term planning objectives in Elvetham Heath and Fleet. Elvetham Heath was not designed as a conventional suburban estate. It was conceived through a clear master planning approach which prioritised landscape character, movement hierarchy, pedestrian connectivity, traffic calming, and a strong sense of place. The original design brief established a settlement intended to feel cohesive, distinctive, and human-scaled. Importantly, key gateway areas were designed to reinforce the identity through landscape-led design rather than large format commercial frontage. As communities mature, the original planning principles that shape them become more important, not less important. Successful places evolve by strengthening safety, coherence, and quality of environment over time. In my view, this proposal moves sharply in the opposite direction. The current site forms part of the important landscape gateway into Elvetham Heath. From the submitted layout itself, it is clear that the dominant experience from Elvetham Heath Way would become one of surface parking, vehicle circulation, servicing activity, and a large format retail building set behind extensive hard standing. Rather than reinforcing the landscape-led character of the estate, the proposal introduces a development pattern far more typical of an engineered roadside retail format, fundamentally challenging the character and function of this gateway into the community. Initially, the layout positions the featureless, unarticulated rear elevation, the literal back wall of the store, as a primary visual frontage for the entrance view into the residential estate. This introduces a severe dead frontage as a critical public node, completely failing to provide the active, high-quality street scene required by Section 12 of the NPPF. I believe this layout directly conflicts with the design objectives of Section 12 of the NPPF and with policy NBE 9 of the Hart District Local Plan, both of which require development to respond positively to local character and reinforce local distinctiveness. Second major concern relates to the proposal of the all-in, all-out junction arrangement on the Elvetham Heath Way. Unlike other principal junctions along Elvetham Heath Way, which predominantly operate through roundabout controlled arrangements, they naturally moderate vehicle speed and reduce crossing conflict the appeal proposal introduces a far more conventional vehicle priority retail access directly on the main route through the estate. Existing park and ride access was designed around a controlled left-in and left-out arrangement, together with roundabout moderation, limiting conflict with through traffic and reinforcing the wider movement strategy of the master plan. By contrast, the proposed food store access significantly intensifies both the scale and the complexity of movements associated with the site through continual customer turnover, servicing activity, right-turn manoeuvres, and concentrated peak hour retail traffic. Importantly, despite the substantial increase in movement intensity, no meaningful wider traffic calming measures are proposed along Elvetham Heath Way itself to offset the additional pressures placed on pedestrians, cyclists, and school route users. In my view, this represents not merely a change of use, but a fundamental shift away from the carefully moderated movement principles upon which Elvetham Heath was originally designed. This would introduce a materially more complex access arrangement onto one of the principal movement routes through the estate and directly across an important pedestrian and cycle route used daily by families, school children, and cyclists. This is not just any path, it is a high traffic primary school route. Standard transport modelling looks at hourly averages, but it utterly fails to capture the concentrated, high-density reality of children on bikes, scooters, and on foot during peak school run windows. Forcing this vulnerable flow to cross a busy, high-turnover commercial junction mouth creates an unacceptable, predictable conflict point. It represents a total failure by the model hierarchy, prioritising retail customers and convenience over child safety. In practical terms, drivers attempting to turn right into the site will inevitably focus heavily on identifying gaps in moving traffic. Research into driver attention and collision causing has long identified the looks but fail to see phenomena, where vulnerable users such as cyclists or children may not be properly registered by drivers, concentrating primarily on larger vehicle movements. That concern becomes more significant when turning movements, pedestrian crossings, cyclists, and peak hour traffic pressures are concentrated together within a single access point. For those reasons, I do not believe that the proposal satisfactorily aligns with policy INF2, which seeks safe and suitable access arrangements for all users, particularly pedestrians and cyclists. I would also ask the inquiry to consider the experience of the nearby Audi Junction arrangement in Church Crookham, where a locally comparable retail access configuration required significant redesign following operational concerns after implementation. While every site is different, the example there demonstrates the importance of exercising caution before introducing similarly intensive retail access arrangement into an already sensitive residential movement network. In my view, that real-world local experience should carry weight alongside theoretical modelling and projected performance data. Beyond these highway considerations, I remain concerned about the broader cumulative effect that this development would have on the Elvetham Heath as a planned residential community. The surrounding network was designed around moderated movement, a strong landscape sculpture and structure, and residential placemaking. By contrast, a discount food store inevitably generates concentrated short-stay vehicle trips, servicing activity, delivery movements, and peak hour turnover patterns that are fundamentally different in character from the surrounding environment. Although the proposal indicates landscaping and mitigation measures, the overall effect would still be to introduce a far more urbanised and vehicle-led environment into what was intended to remain a landscape gateway. That change would, in my opinion, erode both the coherence of the master plan and the environmental quality experienced by residents on a daily basis. Finally, I would like to express my full support for the Council's position regarding the remaining uncertainty around the long-term retail impact on Fleet Town Centre. Having reviewed the evidence presented through the inquiry, it is clear that there remains significant professional disagreement regarding whether the proposed impact on Fleet's vitality and viability has been adequately assessed. National planning policy is clear that when proposals like these give rise to significant adverse town centre impacts, or where sufficient certainty has not been demonstrated, permission should not be granted. Fleet Town Centre already faces the wider structural pressures affecting town centres nationally. Incremental trade diversion and weakening footfall may not appear dramatic immediately, but over time they can contribute to vacancy, reduce investment confidence, and long-term erosion of vitality. Once that decline begins, it is very difficult to reverse. Before concluding, I would strongly urge the inspector to undertake a formal site visit, specifically during the morning or afternoon school run windows. Seeing this gateway corridor empty at 11 a.m. on a spreadsheet layover is entirely different to witnessing hundreds of local school children attempting to safely navigate the exact proposed junction mouth in reality. Ultimately, this appeal should not simply be determined on whether mitigation can reduce harm to a technically acceptable minimum. The more important question is whether this proposal positively contributes to the long-term planning objectives, safety evolution and distinctive character of Elvetham Heath as a master plan community. In my respectful view, it does not. And for those reasons, I ask you, the inspector, to uphold the council's refusal and dismiss this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White. Could I ask a question just before you leave? The school you referred me to, do you have the name of it?
Yes, Calthorpe Park.
Calthorpe
Park, which is our secondary school, which a lot of our residents attend.
And in terms of what you've just read out, your statement, it's not out of the ordinary for the inspectorate, that to be submitted to the inspectorate. Would you be prepared to do that by email? Yes, if you could.
Yeah, sure.
And but thank you for your contributions.
No worries.
Thank you.
Just on that, just it might be that for Mr. Whiteley's email address, and then we can send it that way.
Yes, if it could be done that way, either or. Yeah. Yeah, and then it's definitely recorded in full. Okay, so I think it's a good time for a pause. So thank you. So the Mr. White's just handed a copy of his speech, I believe, but I'm going to have that on the electronic record. So I think we'll take a pause there for 20 minutes and then reconvene and start to hear evidence in chief when we come back. So we'll pause there for 20 minutes. Thank you. Another interested party is the ward councillor who wishes to speak. There is an avenue for the ward councillor to speak probably after cross-examination of this witness. That might be probably better.
Do you mean evidence in chief?
No, cross-examination.
Ah, okay. So I think that's going to be quite a long
Yeah.
today. That's fine. So I mean, obviously, I don't know what this Foster's availability is. So what one way of dealing with that, and completely understand why you might want it to be the case, sir. When Mr. Foster arrives, if someone gives me the nod, and then we do have a short German break during the examination in chief, I can find out from him, or we can find out what his availability is for the end of the day.
Okay.
So that, and then you can make a decision at that stage.
Yeah.
It's entirely in your hands.
I mean, I think probably once the evidence in chief is introduced and then there's cross-examination, I'd prefer to have a clean slate and hear from the councillor then. That could be today, or it could be the remainder of the week. Yeah, he could come at any point.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll get that message to him in any event. I think he has Mr. Raper's email.
Understood.
And we'll pass that on to him.
Okay.
But if I'll see if I try to get a message.
Right, I just thought I'd mention that just rather than interrupting later.
I mean, I just feel as though we're going to end up with an interruption purely to tell the councillor not to interrupt us. We're not. I do not think we're. My understanding is the councillor is available until 1:30 today. We are not going to finish this witness's evidence by then. So perhaps we can just email the councillor to ask him to come at another time.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've said. We'll do. If I see him waving and making noise, I'll have to ask him to stop. But anyway, I'll press on and see how we go.
Okay, so over to you for the introductions. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Reeves.
Good morning.
Ms. Reeves, I'm going to introduce you to the inquiry, if I may, just to save a bit of time. You are Christine Reeves.
Yes.
And you're a specialist retail planning consultant with 40 years experience in retail and town planning.
Yes.
Before I get on a little bit more into your detail of your CV, you've provided a proof of evidence to this inquiry. I believe that's core document 9.1.
Yes.
You've stated on page 3 of that the evidence you provided is true and prepared in accordance with the guidance of your professional institution, etc.
Yes.
Do you still stand by that declaration? Yes. So if I may, I'll take Ms. Reeves' proof of evidence as read, but as you've indicated before, so I'll try not to get any chunks read out, but I'll go through in stages. But I'm grateful for that acknowledgement, sir. So Ms. Reeves, just going back to your experience. So you started your career at Tesco's and you spent, I think you've said 20 years at Tesco's, is that right?
That's right.
Were you focused on retail at that you must have been when working for Tesco's, but that was your role there, was it, to look at retail impact?
I had 2 roles while I was there. When I first joined, I was part of their site search team, which was assessing sites for new store development. Obviously, in the days before a lot of the technology and information that we now have available. So it involved a lot of going out on site visits and looking at stores and assessing how competitors were performing. It also involved looking at how stores performed once they opened against expectation and why that might change. And then my second role was as a planning researcher, where I worked with the new stores team. It was very much the sort of in-house, or one of the in-house liaison points for our Tesco's planning consultants. So I had considerable experience of working with them developing household surveys and looking at the results and analysing what they were saying. This being in the days pre-club card, when that was the source for Tesco to get that information.
Thank you. Now since leaving Tesco's, you state in your proof on page 4 that you worked for several planning consultancies in retail and town centre development, and you've had considerable experience preparing and critiquing sequential and retail impact assessments, and prepared a number of retail studies for local planning authorities. I mean, could you just provide a little bit of flavour of, how often and how often have you come across retail impact assessments? I mean, we can't put a number on it, but
well, my role, I think, since I set up my own consultancy in 2013, probably 95% of my work has been retail related. In the last few years, last 3 years, where I've been associated with LSH, some of which was still with our RPC operating, I've probably done certainly in excess of 7 or 8 retail impact assessments to accompany planning applications, considerably more appraisals on behalf of councils. I think in the last 2 years, I've probably dealt with about 15 of those. Some of them single applications, some of them more than one, or sort of mixed use schemes. And in terms of retail studies, in the last 2 years, I've been the main lead on about 6 council retail studies as evidence-based documents, and assisted with probably a similar number led by other colleagues.
now you were, when you submitted your proof, and we can see from the branding on it that you were a consultant, a senior consultant at Lambert Smith Hampton. You've now left, is that right? And you're acting for yourself effectively.
Yes, I've basically gone back to where I was. I had my own consultancy from 2013. Whilst sort of doing that, I started assisting LSH while one of their colleagues was on maternity leave. And when she came back, I was asked if I'd like to join them. So I joined them on a part-time basis. The only real change was that originally it was intended that I was going to sort of step back from sort of 3 days a week to 2 days a week about now. And on reflection, I decided I would rather have the flexibility of going back to doing my own stuff.
Now, in terms of your involvement in this particular project, you say in your proof that you became involved in January 2026. I mean, we know that Lambert Smith was involved. Prior to that, we've seen some, I think you described them as RPAs, retail appraisals of the information submitted by the appellant. So could you just give an idea who was involved at LHS previously? That was a colleague of yours? It wasn't you, is that right?
No, it wasn't me at all. It was a chap called Richard Shepherd, who I think had advised Hart previously, prior to joining LSH. I think at the time when I got involved, it was suggested he's based in Manchester. It's not the most sensible location to be dealing with something in Hart. But it also turned out he has actually since left LSH, and I think he was probably aware of that imminent departure. Okay. And he's gone to a competitor, so he would not have been in a position to be representing them now.
You've set out the scope of your evidence on page 5 of your proof, and before we get into we'll try to avoid getting into the weeds too much, because some of it is extremely detailed information and statistics, etc. But just before we do that, can you just set the scene for the inspector in terms of methodology? First of all, can you just explain it might be worth just starting with the NPPF first and looking at what the policy requirements are when looking at assessing the retail impact of proposed development. And then perhaps we'll then see how we get on, but then work through to the PPG, etc., and what that tells us about what should be looked at in a retail impact assessment.
Yeah, the retail policies in the NPPF are fairly long established now, and they're really the two main bits: the sequential, which has been agreed that proposals demonstrated the necessary compliance. The impact test is required under the NPPF for schemes of 2,500 square metres and above, unless there's a locally set threshold. In this case, the threshold is set out in policy ED4 at 1,000. So a retail impact assessment is required. And the NPPF sets out sort of two considerations in terms of what may be impacted. The first sort of leg of it is the effect on investment. Again, that's been agreed that there is no existing committed or planned investment for Fleet Town Centre, which is the only centre that we're concerned about. So that's okay. The other part of the test is the effect on the vitality and viability of the town centre, and that's where we have got a difference of view.
Yeah. And we know that we can see that the NPPF talks about significant adverse impacts, doesn't it?
Yes.
And that's the sort of national test.
Yes, I suppose paragraph 94 requires the production of a retail impact assessment. It's then how that applies in terms of the effect on vitality and viability, with paragraph 95 saying if it's likely to have a significant adverse impact, then the application should be refused.
Now, moving into it sort of down a level and again, trying to stay at a sort of reasonably high level in terms of methodology, what does the PPG on what does planning practice guidance tell us about what you look at when you're carrying out that sort of impact assessment? I think you may have. I don't think we've got it in as a core document, but it's actually cited in your proof on page 15.
It's in my proof on page 15, yeah. Which paragraph 18 of the PPG says, is there a checklist for the applying the impact test? And it sets out the key steps to what needs to be sort of considered and the approach adopted. In simple terms, it's...
Sorry, you've been distracted by that, or are we okay?
Yeah, there's a bit of noise going on outside, obviously, but are parties okay with that or not?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine by me, but I mean, it's been live recorded, live streamed. So, I mean, if it's affecting the audio, we need to sort of close the window. But it's very warm, so I'm reluctant to ask for that.
Yeah. Perhaps I say if you do get distracted, Mr. Reeves, by any of that noise, just say so, and we'll pause. Okay. Sorry, I interrupted you. So you were going through the paragraph 18 checklist on page 15.
Yes. I mean, the sort of steps are set out in my proof. The key thing is it's to establish what is the current position. That's obviously the starting point. Look ahead to what it would be at the time when the proposed development is mature. So you look that you have the existing situation, you go take it ahead to whatever the design year would be, and look at the no development scenario. You then assess the turnover of the proposed development, and would then look where that store would get its trade from, the trade diversion. And having this sort of undertaken that and established that, it then sort of comes down to looking at the judge, the actual application of the policy test in terms of how does that affect the overall vitality and viability.
And just before we'll come on to how the appellant approached this in the various impact assessments or iterations of them that have been submitted. But just before we leave the PPG, and I'm just having a look on the fourth bullet point where it talks about assessing proposals, turnover and trade draw, and then benchmark turnovers of convenience and comparison goods. So in terms of understanding the turnover of other stores in the area, so not just the proposals turnover, but the turnover of other stores in an area. And this might be for the inspector may know this, but just for the benefit of the public. I mean, we've seen reference to surveys, and there's a lot of evidence on surveys that were carried out by the appellant, and you've critiqued the conclusions that are drawn from that. But just to be clear, why do you have to do these sorts of surveys? And could you just give a bit of colour to or context to why that happens?
It's because the individual retailers keep the turnover of their individual stores very secret. It's not information they would want to divulge. They don't, and it's also the reason why for the proposals in any application tend to use company average. It's very unusual from my experience at Tesco that any store trades at company average. But that's, it's an average. Half of them will be above, half of them will be below. But the retailer proposing a development never gives the exact turnover. You're certainly not going to get competitors giving their exact turnover. So we have to rely on an alternative method, which traditionally has been the household survey.
So we're in a world where what company benchmark turnovers are. That's public knowledge.
It's purchase. You can buy it.
And then you go along and do a survey, and then sort of try and apply that, and then try and sort of come up with some sort of estimated turnover based on that.
Yeah.
So, okay. Now, again, before diving into the appellant's impact assessment, just set the scene. This is the first time don't know how familiar the inspector is with the area, but it would really help if you could just explain the context, the sort of retail context of the proposed development, and just, if you could please just explain, nothing controversial here, but just explain where all the key stores are that are referred to both in your evidence and Mr. Singer's.
Yeah.
I mean, there's various maps. I'm going to help you actually.
Yeah,
there's one, for example.
Yeah.
You may know the best ones. There's one at Appendix 1 of your proof.
Yeah, that's
what you want to go to. Start.
Yes, I think that's probably it's the more I think it's more zoomed in one.
Yeah, we'll come on to the zone. I think we go macro initially.
Yeah. And
then it'd be really helpful to understand exactly in the town centre in Fleet where things are.
Yeah. In terms of the main study area, the impact assessment undertaken by Lichfields has a wider survey area covering 9 zones, but the 2 critical ones are zones 6 and 7. 6 is the southern one.
So just to be clear, you're on Appendix 1 here.
Appendix 1,
just checking the specs with you.
Yeah. Zone 7 is included, obviously, because actually the site is in Zone 7, back to the M3. But the majority of Zone 7 is actually very separate residential areas around Yakeley and Blackwater.
Beyond the M3.
Yeah, like a lot of postcode sector analysis and other things, and local authority areas, the M3 is probably a more natural barrier for people than any of these areas. But yeah, so what we've got is the main, my view would be that any store on the application site or appeal site will be drawing trade primarily from that small fringe area of Zone 7 and Zone 6.
Yeah. And where are can you just point out where there's lots of colours, say?
Yeah, the purple, if we start from the top, the purple dot is the Morrisons, which is very close to the appeal site.
Yeah.
Then where it should say Fleet, you have a collection of different coloured dots. The key ones being the orange, and the size of the dot is sort of relative to the store size. The orange dot is the Sainsbury's. It's next door to the M&S Simply Food, which is a small store. And then across the road is Waitrose, which is the pale yellow dot. The larger, it's large, it's a larger store, slightly larger dot. There's various small convenience stores in the centre and elsewhere within the residential area. But the other key store from our sort of, in terms of this focus, is the Aldi, which is the brown dot at the south.
And that's it doesn't say on that plan, that's in a settlement called Church Crookham.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You say Aldi, it's got home bargains next.
There's a home bargains unit next to it, which has also got quite an extensive food and grocery offer.
And just focusing in, so that those are the main stores that that you've looked at in your evidence. Could you just take us to just zoom in now into the Fleet Town Centre in particular? And I've seen reference in both evidence. There's, I don't know how to pronounce them. The GOAD plans or GOAD plans, but
GOAD.
I think you and Ms. Singer both produced those. So you produced some plans at Appendix 5. So what? Apologies, maybe I'm colourblind, but what would you like to draw attention to in terms of what these plans are showing us?
I'm sure
where are the stores first of all?
So I'm not sure how familiar you are with GOAD plans, but they are a nationally recognised national source of information on occupiers in town centres, and the data is presented in table form in a number of places, but you can also actually map them, which is what I've done in Appendix 5. And probably the more useful one is Plan 1, which shows the town centre with the food store units coloured up in red. So you can very clearly see the Waitrose at the southern end of the Heart Centre, and then on the opposite side of the road, the Sainsbury's and the Marks and then the size of the Marks and Spencers, which is very, very much smaller. What is also relevant is the dark blue are the units at this is July 2025. There have been a few changes. These are the units that were then in comparison retail use, non-food retailers. And there's sort of, throughout the centre, but the concentration would be in the Heart Centre, and certainly, as I set out in my proof, that I think Mr. Singer referenced 6 sort of national retailers, of which 5 are in the Heart Centre.
Okay. It doesn't actually draw a line around the Heart Centre, but it's the big inspector will see, but it's sort of south of the High Street.
It's
an L shape.
It's got the Heart Centre has got 2 entrances from the Fleet Road. One coming in by the Waitrose, and the other one by the big at the July orange unit, which is actually vacant units. The orange units are the vacant units, which also shows the concentration in the heart centre.
I mean, just to come back, I don't want to jump ahead too far into the point about health of the centre, but just to save time whilst we're on this, I mean, you've set out some colours there showing vacancies, and you can see that you stripped out the colours in Plan 2.
Yeah.
What you mentioned this in your proof. I mean, what observations do you draw, or conclusions do you draw from what the plan's showing you on Plan 2?
Well, it shows the problems with the heart centre. The big unit has now been let. I wouldn't, it's just, this is the date we had the information. It's let to a bed retailer. So as I'm sure you'll see when you visit, it hasn't made much difference to footfall at that end of the centre. Not many people are buying beds on a regular basis. So the vacancies are there. Fleet Road itself has got a number of vacancies. They are fairly dispersed, and they are generally smaller units.
Yeah. I'd like now to look at for you to comment, please, on the retail impacts, the assessments that were submitted by the appellant. I don't want to spend too much time on the December 23, the original RIA that was submitted, but it would be, and indeed the March 2025 one, because the focus, as you heard in opening, the focus of the council's position is on the what the 2026 RIA shows. But I think it would just help, just very briefly, if you could just go through kind of chronologically what the RIAs said, when were they submitted originally, what did Lambert Smith say about them in very in short order, please, and then how did we get then to the 2026 RIA? So it might be worth just starting with the original December 2023 RIA, please.
Yes, and if it helps, it's set out in my proof from paragraph 16 onwards. The original submission included a retail sequential assessment and a retail impact assessment, and these were reviewed by LSH. The conclusion was that further information was required, both in relation to sequential and impact, and that was set out in what the retail planning appraisal dated December 2024. It was at that point that it was agreed that there was no concerns in terms of investment impacts. The then applicant then submitted two further documents, both addendums to the sequential and to the impact. And again, these were reviewed by LSH and with the advice set out in the letter dated the 31st of March.
It might be just worth, I mean, on that one, it might just be worth picking it up. So what did Lambert Smith conclude? I think that review was CD 9.04.
Yeah.
Core document, and it was the 31st of March 2025 letter.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of detail in it, but specifically in terms of what further information was required, what did LHS say? I think it's, just to save you time, I think it's around about page 4 or 5 of that document.
Yes, I mean, that was where they agreed that sufficient information had been demonstrated, submitted on the sequential. But in terms of impact, the concern, I think, was twofold. One related to the limited information that had been provided on the health of Fleet Town Centre. And the second point was concerns, I think, regarding the data, because at that point, the tables were only producing information for Sainsbury's and Waitrose, with all the other retailers lumped into a other town centre category. That showed a very high level of turnover. So I think my colleague was sort of, there's something wrong here. What is it? And that's where they were asking for further information. They made the assumption that, that as far as they were aware, it was only the M&S Simply Food. But obviously they were sort of really asking for confirmation of that and trying to understand why the very high turnover should have existed.
Is that what they said at the bottom of, I think, bottom of page 6?
Page 6, yes,
Yeah.
they're sort of flagging up.
Okay.
What that's, is that, and they surmise that it might be that that store was being overrepresented.
Okay.
For some reason, and that might have been that the other two were underrepresented, but that was just, there was no information to help, to provide that.
So we then, nothing further is submitted. We then get the refuse of permission, is that right?
Yes.
30th of May, 2025. And without going through the I don't want to go over all the correspondence over it, but ultimately we get the new, or what's described as the Retail Impact Assessment Addendum, May 2026. Now, section 6 of your proof is quite a long section based on the review of the evidence that was available at the determination of the application.
Yeah.
So that was not a review of the NR, the new May 2026 one. It's you've looked at what was available at the time of the application.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes.
And so and you've looked at the question of whether refusal 1, as I understand it, was justified based on the application document. I'm not going to ask you to go over all of that, because in many ways that's sort of water under the bridge. But in terms of just looking at the May 2026 work that was carried out, or the assessment. Now that's covered in section 7 of your proof, but clearly you have some of your analysis of the previous RIA is going to be relevant to that, because of the surveys. As I understand it, there wasn't a new survey carried out or anything like that.
No.
It used the same survey work. So you, just on this point about surveys, first of all, one of the points you've made in both section 6 and 7 of your proof is a point about survey weightings, and some concerns that you have in relation to that. I'm trying to summarise that broadly. And you just explain sort of, as without going into too much all in the individual numbers and data and data that you've looked at, but just first of all, could you just explain how surveys inform? Well, you've already mentioned how surveys inform turnover of stores. But could you just set out what your concerns are in relation to the surveys here? I mean, we know that NEMS carried them out.
Yeah.
And we know that they were looked at by Mr. Singer.
Yeah.
So could you just sort of help the inspector through what your concerns are with what Mr. Singer has done based on those surveys?
Yes, I mean, household surveys have been the traditional way of obtaining information on how stores are performing, where people are shopping for a very long time. They have, they are a sample of respondents, and therefore the information that you get from the survey is only ever as good as the people who respond. And what can happen is that the people who are interviewed may or may not be representative of the local population. And that has always been an issue, and particularly in terms of the age of the respondents, because quite often older people shop differently to younger people and people with families. And it's something I've been very aware of for a long time. Back when I was at Tesco, we had a situation where we knew a store was trading badly and they wanted, I can't remember even what they were trying to do to it, but the planning consultant did a survey, had a household survey done, not by NEMS as it turned out, but one of the other companies we used. And the results came back and told us the store was performing extremely well and better than anything else, including the 2 out of town superstores. It was a town centre store, compromised parking, and it just didn't make sense. And I then looked, I was sort of given it and sort of what's going on. And what I discovered, and that's why I always check these things, is that particular market research company had decided to only interview between the hours of 9 and 5, and so had overrepresented the elderly population. In that particular case, it made a huge difference because the Tesco was actually located next to the bus station. So they'd interviewed the people who were at home during the day who tended to use the bus to go to the shops, and therefore, they said they used it. What we did in that case was we sort of basically told the market research company how many of the respondents should have been in the different age groups. Anyone over and above that was sort of their results was discarded and they resurveyed, and then we got a very different result. When you included the families, I think it was an Asda and a Sainsbury's were trading very well. So it's always been a problem, and it's always something that has had to be adjusted in the survey to make allowance for this age profile difference, and it's something NEMS traditionally do. They set it out in their document, which is CD 154.
That's the document titled Fleet Household Survey, August 2023 by NEMS.
Yeah. And on page 6, well, on pages 5 and 6, they talk about the weightings and how they do it. They do it sort of 2 ways. One, in relation to the age of the population, and the second, they adjust it. They tend to do a minimum 100 interviews per zone, but then some zones may have more population. So again, they weight the results accordingly. The problem, I think, is it's something that we are seeing in retail study, for evidence-based retail studies as well, is that as more people have mobile phones, it's getting to be more and more difficult to get a representative sample of respondents. And what's happened, seems to have happened here, is that they've had that problem and therefore they have weighted the results to try and reflect this. But what that means when it comes to the analysis in their weighted results is that it's relying on considerably less number of respondents. So the idea of having a representative sample, NEMS, the standard is accepted as sort of 100. So in this case, they've interviewed sort of 900 people, 100 in each of the 9 zones. But if you look at the section on page 6, of those people interviewed, 522 of them were over 65. So,
and just pausing there. So if you're weighting it, so we can see, say, 45 to 54-year-old that bracket, they only got 53. There were only 53 interviews. So is that why they've increased the weighting to about 3 times?
Yes.
Is that that's what's going on? Yes, just to understand the mechanics.
So
okay.
In terms of the weighted results, they've taken those 53 responses and sort of in effect giving them treble weighting.
Okay. Now, no, just your evidence. I think at paragraph 30, you say you talk about NEMS, and you talk about and you say the approach adopted in this case is considered to accord with established practice and is consistent with that employed for previous surveys. And it's not the case that the council's ever asked for re-surveying to being done. So could you just explain, we've looked at those weightings, so what did you mean by that there where you say the approach is considered to accord with established practice? I mean, how is it that you've still got concerns if you're saying that what NEMS did was in accordance with established practice?
The established practice of undertaking a household survey, and certainly, looking at an area based on different zones, that would be standard. The sample size, 100. I think NEMS say that's the minimum they consider reliable, but that's at the top level. What weighting it is standard, but obviously it then goes back to the quality of the original, of the data that is collected.
Yeah. And what do you then do as a retail expert? What if you see a weighting like that? What is that the end of it? Do you just take that at cut, or what do you do as a retail expert once you've got this? Do you interrogate it? Do you do something else?
Yeah, I mean, I personally always like to look at the unweighted and the weighted together. Sort of the first thing I would do when I get a set of household survey results would be to look at that, and that may. You look at it to make, if it suggests that there is a significant difference between the weighted and the unweighted, it would just make me sort of, I suppose, approach everything from then on, because that forms the basis of the subsequent market shares with a degree of caution, because it's not necessarily the responses they've got, it's adjusted. And if it makes sense, that's fine. If it doesn't make sense, then you would look to sort of interrogate a bit further.
And what did your, I mean, it might be worth looking now. What did your interrogation of that data show you? I mean, I think this is section 6 mainly of your proof.
Yes.
You did various. You looked at the survey results. What that sort of in terms of turnover, and then looked at. You did a few checks, did you, of that? Could you just give the inspector a sense of what you checked it against?
Yeah, I mean, the flags to me were raised by the fact that this analysis was suggesting that Sainsbury's was trading at 4+ times company average, and the M&S was trading at 8 times company average. I'm not sure a store could physically do that for one thing. In the days when superstores were extending and wanting to be, stores trading at double company average would be the ones they were looking at extending. So those to me were red flags as to there was an issue here.
And could I clarify, there's no geographical sort of interface with that, is there? So you're saying it's unusual, or you're querying the times 4 number, but would that be different in different areas potentially?
Potentially. It's something I look at it wherever I was looking at an assessment, but it comes down to the age profile in the area and the number of, how represented the people are that they've managed to interview, which you don't necessarily know. So it would, most of the time it's not a problem. You wouldn't necessarily see big differences between the weighted and the unweighted, but here you do. So it was the fact that those store turnovers were so high that to me meant we needed to look through. And I've noted that the appellant's statement of case suggested that, and I think my previous colleague had sort of, almost made the assumption that it was something to do with the town centre, town centre stores. But there was no evidence for that, so that's why what I did, and I've tried to look at both the weighted and the unweighted results. So that's actually sort of what the people actually said and how NEMS have then adjusted that. That's provided in the page 23, where I've actually just set out the numbers from the base response household survey information from NEMS, the 154 CD. And that does show, that's on page 23 in my proof. And you can see some quite big number changes as a result of the weighting. So in terms of the different questions, so for example, if you take the last main food shop question 1, the unweighted responses were 29.7% of people using Sainsbury's fleet, and 9.9% saying they used Waitrose. NEMS's adjusted figures are 36.2 and 3.9.
Okay, so that shows you the sensitivity of change of using weight and weighted. But in terms of that interrogation that you mentioned that so you spotted something in your view, you've looked at those high turnovers and you've looked at, and as I understand it, you then just turning over the page, so 25, you look at other data out there. So we have, I referred to it in my opening, on page 25, you then look at the 2014 household survey, do you? Yeah. And and then you look at benchmark turnovers and then other things. So I don't want to. Yeah. Could you just explain what that analysis sort of? Yeah. So conclusions you drew out of that analysis.
Yeah. So from the first one, looking at those market shares, my tables on page 24 show what effect, when you combine the results of those questions, has on the turnover for the stores. I then looked at the 2014 study, which is my table CR2 on page 26. What that's showing is it's how much of the zone 6 individual stores are taking. Again, in that period, obviously, you've got Aldi coming in, because that opened in 2022. Yeah. And you would expect Aldi to have taken trade to a greater and less extent from all the stores.
So we're looking at your table CR2 here, are we? And okay, so you've got 2014. That's from the retail study. Is that right?
Well, it's taken from the. I think that summary it would have originally come from there, but I took it from the 2022 application on the same site. But it's the same information.
Okay, so you've got so let's look at Waitrose, because that's where some significant concerns that you've identified arise. So 2024, we know that it's got 15.5% market share, and then what happens to it?
In 2023, based on the weighted results, it's gone down to 7.6%, so a halving supposedly of its market share in zone 6. At the same time,
and you draw your conclusion about that 95, do you? That
yes, I mean some decrease would be expected because of Aldi and the home bargains, and also the fleet, not fleet, Hook Sainsbury's may have taken more trade because that's a big store. The consistency of the patterns that is concerned here, because if that is correct, the question then comes as to why has the market share for Sainsbury's and the M&S other town centre gone up? Because they've also been in competition with the new Aldi, and And then the other one that is odd is the Morrisons, because the Morrisons was extended as well. So you would have expected it to perhaps seen some uplift because of the extension and then some impact from Aldi. So you would have expected it to have had a smaller change in its market share.
I see. Okay, so that's one check you did that shows something odd, in your view, something odd is going on. What other checks did you do?
And then
benchmark.
The benchmark turnover, what I did on page 27 was just think, well, we know store retailers vary in popularity over time anyway, and therefore their benchmark turnovers change over time. So what I did was I, in effect, compared the suggested turnover then with the benchmark that was at the time, because those are provided in the two different documents. And what that shows is that overall in the area, the very bottom line of the table CR3 and CR4, it's suggesting that stores are performing at about 150, 160% of company averages, which is consistent over time. But what is odd is that certain, again, the same stores have got very big increases in how they're performing relative to their company benchmark versus the ones that are supposedly performing less well. So again, the Waitrose on the 2014 analysis was trading at just 125% of company benchmark, which was slightly below stores in general in that area, but still well. But the latest figure suggests it's 52%, so half of company average. At the same time, the Sainsbury's has gone up from sort of double company average to more than 3 times company average.
Okay, so those were the.
I was going to say the only.
Are there any other points you want to make about the check you did, the survey and what you checked it's against?
I suppose that's the checks on the survey. The other thing, obviously, that I did was I undertook a site visit and saw the stores for myself.
And what did they show? What did that tell you in compared against what the data in the RIA was telling you?
Well, it's visiting all the stores. It confirmed that they're obviously generally busy stores. The Sainsbury's seem to be performing well. I'm not convinced that it's necessarily. It's certainly not. I wouldn't have thought this. I don't think it could trade as high as the sort of 400 times expectations or whatever. And I didn't see particular evidence that it is an extremely busy store. There seem to be areas within the store layout that have been used more intensively if they wanted to. The M&S, it obviously trades very well, but it is extremely small. And then what I saw from the Waitrose was evidence that I believe shows it's a store that is seeing declining turnover. Sort of thing. There were areas, there was sort of chillers that were sort of pushed to the side, weren't in use. It's obviously trading quite well. They've got a good stock, but there's also a lot of fronting up shelves, which is where, to make it look full, they pull the stuff to the front and keep space behind because they don't want to have too much stock, particularly with that. And to me, suggests it's a store that is less busy than it was previously.
Okay. Now, just before we move on from the sort of the survey work that was done, one of the issues, well, there were 2 issues that you've already identified by your colleague at Lambert Smith, or your previous colleague at Lambert Smith. So more information on the health check, more information on the individual store turnover. Now, your evidence, I think it's, you said in your proof that the RYA, the May 2026 RYA that you've now received, is adequate as an RYA. Now, why is that? And you just, we've heard what the previous concerns are with Lambert Smith. So what led you to reach that conclusion, notwithstanding the points you've now identified about the survey?
Well, the previous concern was, I think, the big unknown as to, well, what is going on in the town centre, particularly with this category other. That's been clarified. It's primarily the M&S, which at least means there's nothing else going on that we weren't aware of. It's adequate in that it provides sufficient information to get an idea of how the stores may be trading. Importantly, the May 2026 RIA also included a more detailed health check and therefore addressed some of the concern, sort of the limited information that was available before. So it's adequate on, subject to sort of testing the information and treating it with a degree of caution, but it can be used.
Okay.
And I think the other thing about it is that in this particular case, because the policy test is impact on town centres, whilst there may be lots of other concerns with what the data is, because that's what we're focusing on for the policy, I think there's sufficient to be able to use it.
Okay, so just moving on to this has all been really related to market share, right? So we can that's what the surveys were trying to produce, sort of looking at total turnovers that gives you sort of market shares of the various stores. Now, what is your conclusion? I think we can jump forward now to I think perhaps page 34 of your proof. You conclude that the market shares are not realistic given previous trading patterns. I mean, could you just provide a little bit of colour about that? Why do you say that they're not realistic, and how would they, in your view, or what should they be in your view?
I think to me it says that if you look at the stores in Fleet Town Centre, the Sainsbury's previously was trading well. It is still trading well. I don't believe it's trading to the level that weighted results suggest. But it seems to be, I don't see any reason why it has gone from sort of overperforming to underperforming. Similarly with the M&S Simply Food, it's trading well. It's certainly not trading at 800 times its company average, but it's okay. It's okay. And I think with the Waitrose, the store has obviously lost market share since 2014, and it is, I would expect it to be struggling, and that is supported by the objections that have been received from First Plan on Waitrose's behalf.
Okay.
We have, but yeah, so that's where, I suppose that's where I am in terms of how the store turnover is. Okay,
so just sort of into the sort of next area of the analysis, which is perhaps the sort of the key bit. This is to do with trade diversion. So where, as I understand it, where Lidl will draw its trade from. What is what's your conclusion regarding trade diversion? In particular, how does that differ to the conclusion set out in the May 2026 RYA?
Well, I think the trade diversion suggested in the May report is consistent, I think, with what's been submitted as part of this application, in that the sort of expectation, it seems to have been the trade diversion suggested seems to be very much influenced by the forecast performance of these stores currently. As a result, the assumption being made is that very little trade would come from Waitrose.
Yeah, so just be clear about that. So when you say the trade diversion's been influenced by performance, so you're saying if you have an inflated performance, I mean in this case 800% Sainsbury's, whatever it is, then that's not just relevant to looking at market share. It feeds into the whole analysis of trade diversion. Is that what you mean?
Yes. Because in very simple terms, if you had two stores and they're trading the same and everything else is equal, it's not the only, it's existing performance is not the only consideration. But you'd expect a newcomer to take equal amounts of trade from two stores if they're performing the same. Similarly, if one store is not trading very well, then the chances are there's not many people shopping there, so there'll be less people for it to lose. In this case, however, I think there's also some inconsistencies in terms of how the assumptions have been made.
And are these what you've set out? And just so that we've got something to look at, are we on now paragraph 146?
146,
page 36,
yeah.
the proof.
Yeah.
So just briefly, I don't want to take too long, so the inspector can read all of these.
Yeah.
But could you just sort of give us some selected highlights?
Well, yes. I mean, the factors that affect trade diversion are partly the turnover of the existing stores, but also the type of offer and the proximity of the stores. So you would expect a new store will take more trade from the stores in the immediate vicinity, because that's most people shop local, than you would stores sort of further away. That's just how shopping sort of behaviour works. So in this case, I would expect Morrison's to see a big impact because it's close to the appeal site. I would expect Aldi to have a big impact because it's a most similar type of offer. And I would expect Sainsbury's and Waitrose as sort of similar location to have similar levels of trade diversion to a new store, a Lidl. In my view, the M&S is a different offer. It's small. It's a top-up type shop. I would expect it to be less affected. The odd thing is, if you look at the it's the final sort of table is the easiest place.
Which table? Sorry.
Make sure I've got the right one before I say that. Let's see which.
Come on, you were on page 146.
No, I want to go to, yeah, I've got the wrong one open. If we go to the May 2026 tables, and you go to.
So we're in the addendum.
Yeah. 2026 addendum, table 14.
Do you have a page number just to help with?
It's the end of appendix 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Column D gives the forecast trade diversion to the Lidl. And it's suggesting that the Waitrose would only lose 0.12 million turnover. Yet the Marks and Spencer's is going to lose 0.42, and Sainsbury's, which is a smaller store, over 2 million. So that doesn't seem right to me. It's also interest if you go further down the column to other Heart District section, you can see that Waitrose in Yateley is forecast to lose exactly the same amount of trade as the one in Fleet. 0.12 million. Well, when we were looking at the plan, Yateley is a separate residential area with its separate Waitrose. I don't understand why, if this little would draw that much trade from the Yateley store, why it's not drawing more from the one just down the road.
Yeah. So that
that's sort of just a couple of the
sure.
examples.
I mean, you mentioned you mentioned proximity as being an issue, and Yateley sort of Yateley. I think you used that's one example of that's the proximity assumption that you've been looking at there. I mean, the type of offer now. I mean, if we could just get on to that. So, Mr. Singer's the points put against you. You can see in his proof and in rebuttal is going to point being made is he's saying, well, actually, when you look at the offer and the price points that he's looked at, Waitrose effectively saying Waitrose is a more expensive place. It's not a discounted store, and that's I think what's being said is the reason why it's not drawing as much from Waitrose.
Yeah.
Now, what's your response to that? If I may say that, that's sort of the common sense man in the streets view as well. There's the perception, the brand perceptions of play a part in this. But what's your conclusion about the type of offer?
That might have been the situation when Aldi and Lidl first appeared on the scene, but the range and offer that the discounters now provide has changed over the years, with the result that they deliberately are targeting all other retailers. In terms of direct overlap, there is obviously a continuum, and you could sort of, I think we'd all, Lidl and Aldi will compete head to head with each other. There will probably be less competition for customers. I think Asda is probably the next one, and then it would, you could argue the way down. And so there is less, sort of less, I suppose, day to day. But you've only got to look at the adverts for Aldi and Lidl in the run up to Christmas and Easter, and they are targeting the higher spending customers as well. They're providing, specialist, high quality, unusual products that are deliberately aiming to get the customers from Marks and Spencer's and Waitrose, Sainsbury's. And I think even with, whilst there is a difference, the other thing that we've seen over the last sort of decade or so is more people using different shops. So you may have somebody who is still a Waitrose customer, but that won't stop them going to Lidl and Aldi for some of the other goods. And I think this is where I've never seen any evidence that suggests that there is a significant difference in the offer provided by Sainsbury's and Waitrose to suggest that Lidl will compete with Sainsbury's and take customers from them, but not take customers from Waitrose, which is what this is basically saying. And that is inconsistent with actually what was assumed when the Aldi opened.
Yeah, I was going to take you to that. So, so what we do know is as a sort of data point, so to speak. I mean, when you're talking about Aldi and Church Crookham, when I mean that opened what? I think I said it opened 2022.
Yeah, I think that was March 2022.
And I think in Appendix 4 you've got some information that was provided in support of the impact test at that stage. Is that right? So could you just briefly touch on that and
yes, so this is
explain what that tells us?
2019, and I've included in my appendix extracts from the delegated officer's report for that, which looks at what the impact was expected to be of the Aldi. That was an assessment prepared by another planning consultant, Montague Evans. And pages aren't numbered, unfortunately, but 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I've got a hard copy only.
Yeah.
4 pages in.
4 pages in, it talks about the trade diversion. And it says that trade diversion would be from the food stores within Fleet Town Centre, especially from the Sainsbury's and Waitroses.
So is that the paragraph beginning? The applicants also took an impact
final
test?
paragraph. Yeah.
Okay. So that's saying that. So in 2022, it was being said that Aldi would take trade diversion from Sainsbury's and Waitrose.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And well, I mean, the obvious point that's going to be put to you, or hang on, the conclusion then is that there wasn't going to be an adverse impact on the vitality and viability of Fleet Town Centre. You can see that at the end of that report. So, why is that not a similar conclusion? Why should a similar conclusion not be followed here?
Well, I think what's 2019, the expectation was that both Sainsbury's and Waitrose would lose trade, but they were performing well at the time, and it had been known for a long time that the stores in Fleet had been trading well. I think there's information on that in my other appendix in relation to the Hook application. But what seems to have happened is, that has happened, and I would expect it to happen again with Lidl coming in. Not necessarily the same level of trade diversion, because obviously some of that trade has already gone to Aldi, and Aldi will now lose it. But I would expect it to be a fairly similar impact on Waitrose and Sainsbury's individually. The problem with that is the fact that Waitrose have already had an impact and seem to be struggling. And now, this would be an additional impact.
See. No, just before we sort of wrap up, so I'm sort of trying to keep within my sort of estimates, about an hour and a quarter. So, in terms of health of the town centre now.
Yeah.
Now you've seen the analysis that Mr. produced, and all the vacancy rates and etc. in material in the RYA in the May 2026 RYA and in his proof of evidence. Is there a significant difference between you and him in terms of the analysis of the health of the town centre? And why do you think the health of the town centre is, or how have you perceived the health of the town centre?
I think if you look at the figures for the town centre as a whole, it's showing average vacancy rates, which is probably the sort of headline figure that most people would use, which, I mean, that's average across the UK. I'm not sure that's particularly good for somewhere like Fleet. But the issue I see it is that isn't the right way to assess it, because the vacancies are all or a lot of them are concentrated in the Hart shopping centre, which we've already seen on the Go plan. And that is defined as not just as part of the town centre, it is the primary shopping area. So what there is in Fleet is a town centre almost, I suppose, of two parts. You know, the main Fleet Road, if you walk up and down that it looks okay. It's got vacancies, it's got some uses that may not be there for very long, but and quite a lot of churn, but it's probably okay. But that isn't part, you know, that's only part of the town centre. The other part is the Hart Shopping Centre, which is already struggling. And any further impact on, you know, any impact on Waitrose is automatically going to reduce footfall because of both to the store and the potential for link trips. But it must get to the stage where Waitrose may close, and I think that must be a serious concern here.
Now, just on that front, it's being said, and you again, you can see this in the evidence of Mr. Singer. It's been said, well, hang on, first plan on behalf of Waitrose, they're not here at this inquiry, and they haven't said that in terms either. So the point will no doubt be put to you, this is all a bit overblown, this concern about Waitrose, because you would have expected them to have rocked up and us to have a big, one sometimes see retail rows between two retailers.
Yeah.
So what's your response to that, if that's put to you?
I think the problem is that the retailers, just as they won't disclose actual turnover, are very, very reluctant to come and say they would close. Often there's lots of decisions, but the main reason they will not do it is because it can cause problems in the existing store for staff. I mean, it would not be good for the staff at Waitrose in Fleet to hear that their store may close at as a result of a planning inquiry. So it is not something that the retailers would do. I was involved when I was doing planning applications for Tesco when I was at Litchfields in Birmingham. We had to delay submitting a planning application because the suggestion was the store would be a replacement for an existing store. And we had to wait until staff could be told that this would happen. It was close by. It would just mean jobs would be transferred, but we were not allowed to put that application in to the public domain until the staff had been told. And the same will be the same here. Is that they're not going to say we'll close while and not worry staff perhaps unnecessarily.
So just drawing just sort of, is there anything else you want to say about I think we discussed the health of the town centre, so you don't there's no particular issue over numbers on vacancy rates, all of that, that's all, you don't disagree with any of that with Mr. Singer's evidence? It's all
it's we've got slightly different dates and things change, but generally I don't think there's any disagreement that vacancies are high, and they're very high in the Hart Shopping Centre.
So before we sort of wrap up your ultimate sort of conclusion, I mean, you've seen, I've already taken you to a couple of points made in the brief of Mr. Singer and his rebuttal. Is there anything in particular you want to mention now, particularly in terms of his rebuttal, that I haven't already covered with you through my questions?
It's not a huge amount. There's a few things that I think Mr. Singer may have misunderstood what I was actually saying.
Okay, well, I mean, one of the points might be, can you just explain what he's making a point? He's used some world the grocer data.
Yeah.
And you can see that at the bottom of page 3.
Yeah.
Can you just explain what's going on there with that table and what your response to that is, if you have any?
Well, this is the sort of, I suppose this is the data that gets reported when they sort of talk about which is the most popular retailer, and somebody's getting third place or fourth place or second place or whatever, and it's looking at the market shares for the various retailers, and it does obviously show the significant increase over the last 12 years of the discounters' share of the market. But what it also shows is that all the retailers have seen some decline. It's also got to be borne in mind that this is also, there's lots of reasons for that. Various retailers have had more problems than others. I think Tesco, if we're looking 2014 to 2026, Tesco's market share has stayed fairly standard. They've been okay. Asda have had their own internal problems as well, so they've lost market share. But what it does show is that Waitrose has seen some decline in its market share.
So it's gone from 4.9 to 4.7.
Yeah. I haven't worked that out in percentage terms.
No.
But they've all seen that. But what we don't know, this table doesn't show us what's happened with M&S, which would perhaps be the interesting one.
Yeah. So the point being made is that the point's being made. Oh, well, the discounters have increased market share, and therefore that's the point he's making. He said you make the assumption that new stores would likely reduce the performance of existing stores. This does not reflect the growth in discounters' market shares. I mean, what's your actual conclusion from? You pointed out these differences. Aldi and Lidl have stayed. Aldi and Lidl have gone up. Waitrose has gone down slightly. What is there any further point you want to make in relation to what that tells us about the way these are competing with each other?
I think it's also. I mean, I'm sort of just looking at it now and sort of thinking, well, the other thing will be where the discounters have actually been, and I could see somebody using that and saying, well, Waitrose haven't been as affected. I think this is a national figure. I'm not sure whether the extent to which Aldi and Lidl have opened near Waitrose stores in the recent years. They do tend to focus their developments in certain locations, and Waitrose are obviously less nationally distributed than most of the other ones in this table.
Yeah. Okay. So sorry, I probably distracted you. You were going to make a couple of other points about the roughly. There's some statistical points made about NEMS, and there's a further letter produced from NEMS at Appendix 1, where NEMS is effectively saying, I'm paraphrasing, that the answers were within the acceptable statistic tolerances, things like that. Have you got any comment to make about that, or is that the same points you've already made about NEMS?
Well, there's further information. There's information provided by NEMS regarding the summer holidays situation, which is helpful. It's the first time I've seen that. Still got questions on it, in that what we don't know is where this sort of test was undertaken, and there is obviously a difference between summer holidays and non-summer holidays. It's maybe small, but there is, NEMS acknowledged there is a difference. I immediate thought was, does that vary depending on the age profile in the area? But that's a question. And then there is one point where Mr. Singer has misunderstood the point I was making, I think. That's...
So on rebuttal here.
Yeah.
Is this on 216?
216, I think. No, well, there's a couple of, I suppose there's a couple of points. At 216 in terms of the question 11, which is the second top-up question, which has now been included in the analysis here. I don't see anything significant about whether you ask one question or two questions on top-up shopping. What I found very strange is that question 11 was asked, but then not included in the original analysis for some reason.
But it has been now.
It has been now.
Okay.
It changes the number slightly, and if anything, makes things slightly worse. There was also a problem in terms of, I was referencing the May 2026 RIA and the comments that the information that had been received from NEMS at that point, which was Appendix 5. And I set this out in my proof on page 35. It's probably worth clarifying the point I was trying to make.
You can briefly, as you.
Yeah, if you've got the it's from the May 2026, the very last page. There's some survey information provided by NEMS, which I had a look at, and I was just trying to understand what it was saying.
So which bit? Just help the inspector. Which bit are you looking at?
Well, there's a series of questions. Question 1, 7, 9, and 11.
Yeah,
and then
sorry, which?
sorry, it's the final page of the May 2026.
Yeah.
RIA.
Okay. Oh, I see. The statistical.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the point I make on page 35 is really just a question, in that if you take question 1, what NEMS are saying is M&S Simply Food, the count was 8. 8 respondents use that store. That's fine. You can go back, you can look in the I-54, the 154, and see those figures and pull those out and you get them. It's also the same with question 9, in that you can see the 27, 25, you can read those out. But the question 7 and question 11, I don't know whether those numbers do not correspond with what's in CD 154. And it was just something I'd flagged as to, I don't know where they've got that from.
But yeah, it's not a fundamental point.
No, it's just sort of, it was a query, and then
I see.
Mr. Singer's, I think, misunderstood the point I was trying to make there.
Okay, all right. So these are small points of detail in the grand scheme of things. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to close then, so looking at all of that, your conclusion, please. We know what the policy test is, certainly in the NPPF, whether there would be significant impact on town centre. Just to sort of, in a nutshell, you know, why have you reached that conclusion? I mean, what are the building blocks to that conclusion?
The starting point is that Waitrose is the largest and therefore should be the anchor food store in Fleet Town Centre, and it's certainly the anchor store within Hart Shopping Centre. The indications are that it has been significantly impacted over the years, and a little proposal, in my view, will further impact on it to a similar extent to any impact on Sainsbury's. Sainsbury's can withstand that. I don't think Waitrose can. And I think the loss of Waitrose on a solus basis would be very, I think that would classify as a significant adverse impact for the town centre. But certainly if it was to lead to the eventual closure of the Hart Shopping Centre, that would definitely be significantly adverse, because that is the sort of modern retail provision in the primary shopping area.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rees. I'm assuming there's nothing else you want to add.
I don't think so.
I'm sure there's hundreds of points one could go into, but are there any major points that you think we haven't covered in chief?
No, I don't think so.
I'd like to raise that. Thank you very much, Mr. Heath. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions in chief.
Thank you. Thinking about the public speaker who wanted to make a further contribution,
Yeah.
I'm just going to put it to the appellants. Would they have any objections to hearing from the councillor? I know I did mention this earlier before we heard evidence in chief. It is unorthodox, but what are your views?
I don't mind, sir, providing that we don't shorten the lunch adjournment, because quite a lot of new evidence came up there that I do need some time to think about.
I appreciate that. Yeah. So, I mean, it's basically, I think we'll hear from the public speaker and we'll start cross-examination after lunch. If the council is available, I think. Is it Councillor White?
Councillor Forster.
Councillor Forster, apologies.
Thank you. I really appreciate being slotted in. I've only got a sort of 3-minute presentation now. I'm then happy to take any questions. So with your permission, I'll start straight away.
Yeah, please do.
Thank you. For reference, I am Councillor Steve Forster. I'm the County Councillor for Fleet. I'm also the Executive Member or Cabinet Member for Highways and Passenger Transport for the whole of Hampshire. I'm a Hart District Councillor, and I'm also, as of this May, a Fleet Town Councillor. So I wear 3 hats. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I represent residents from across Elvetham Heath and Fleet. And I want to be clear at the outset, many of those residents would generally welcome a store as described for this site nearby. The objection is not to this specific store, it's to these plans on this site in this form. On highways and access, the area already suffers from known congestion problems. HGV deliveries to the nearby Morrison store cause regular disruption, and there is documented highways damage in the vicinity that has occurred over many years repeatedly. Adding a second major food store to this same corridor would compound those problems. They haven't been addressed in the plans. Traffic from this development would increase congestion on Elvetham Heath Way and the main access routes into the estate and across the estate. As the site is poorly connected by foot and cycle, many shoppers who might otherwise walk or cycle will instead drive, increasing car trips rather than reducing them, core aim of our local cycling, walking and infrastructure plan. In terms of pedestrian and cyclist safety, the route along Elvetham Heath Way and across Fleet Road, the A323, is used daily by children travelling to Calthorpe Park Secondary School and by families accessing the leisure centre. It's already difficult to navigate safely. More traffic makes this more dangerous. Although a new light-controlled crossing of Hitches Lane, a few metres away, was put in recently and changes were made to the crossing point on the A323 itself, these are only just able to cope with the peak hour traffic. There is already considerable congestion and safety risk. That will be exacerbated and safety compromised if more people cross, both at peak school hours and when traffic flow is higher at other times for visitors, both to the leisure centre and school, but also to the store. In my view, this development cannot be considered safe without, as a minimum, 2 signal-controlled pedestrian crossings on Elvetham Heath Way and a footbridge over or near Fleet Road crossing on the school route. These are not optional enhancements, they are basic safety requirements if there's additional traffic. They should be funded by the developer, not the public. Failing to install these would increase vehicle trips. Speed tables on both Elvetham Heath Way and Elvetham Road should also be required to reduce vehicle speeds, as there'll be access routes and at any other identified key pedestrian conflict points that provide store access. Without these measures, the inspector would be approving a scheme that, in my opinion, makes the school run more dangerous for children and increases vehicle usage. I do not believe that's acceptable. In terms of the town centre impact, the site sits outside the defined town centre and conflicts with local plan policy, as we've just heard. Fleet High Street is under real pressure, as high streets across the country are. An out-of-town centre food store of this scale risks drawing footfall and link trips away from the town centre, from existing retailers and from the independent businesses that depend on passing trade. A store would be a welcome addition to Fleet, but the town centre is the right location for expansion of stores. This site is not. In conclusion, the residents I represent are not anti this store. They are asking for a proposal that works safely and sustainably for the community. This one does not. The access is compromised, the pedestrian infrastructure is inadequate, and the location conflicts with local plan policy. I respectfully urge the inspector to dismiss this appeal.
Thank you, Councillor. There are no questions from me. So we allowed that during, we've started evidence and chief, but it is unorthodox. But thank you for your contributions. And there are no further questions from me. So I was going to remind everybody that the witness is impaired, as I'm sure she'll be aware. So that follows a rule change a couple of years ago now, I think. So I'm going to pause there for lunch for 1 hour, and we'll reconvene and start cross-examination thereafter. So as long as the witness is aware she's impaired, I'll leave it at that. So we'll pause there for 1 hour. Thank you. We left off just before cross-examination, so I'm going to invite Miss Sargent to start a cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Ms. Reeves. Let's start with a few points that I don't think are in dispute, just to clear them away, relating to policy. So you're obviously familiar with the reason for refusal. The first one, the alleged policy conflict is with ED4 of the council's local plan and with the aims of the NPPF, yes?
Yes.
And let's deal with policy ED4 first, if we could, please. Could we take up your proof of evidence? Go to page 31. That's the PDF page, sir, which I think actually helpfully are the same as the internal ones. Let me know when you're there.
Yeah.
And figure CR1 is the Fleet Town Centre boundary, and we can see it says at the bottom, the source is the local plan policies map. I think this is actually because we do have the sort of overall policies map in the core documents, but this to me looks as though it's the inset map that relates to Fleet Town Centre 10.1. Is that right?
Yes, it would be the town centre inset map.
Yeah. And so if it's helpful for us to introduce that specific map into the core documents, we can do so in due course. But you don't include the key in your extract here, but are you aware, having looked at this in context, presumably, that we've got the red line boundary, and that is noted as being ED4 town, district and local centres is the red line boundary?
Yeah.
And then the lilac dashed area in the key to that map in situ is ED5 Fleet Town Centre.
Offhand, but yes.
So for the purposes of policy ED4, we're looking at the red line boundary shown in this figure then.
Yes.
And we can see from your next figure, CR2 underneath, still on page 31, this is the neighbourhood plan zones, but that is also taking the same area as the centre.
Yes.
And the policy text in ED4, let me know if you want to turn that up, but part of that policy states that development for retail and or leisure the gross floor space exceeding 1,000 square metres in edge or out of centre locations will be supported if, following an impact assessment, it would not have a significant adverse impact on existing centres. So if the inspector here agrees with the appellant that the scheme would not have a significant adverse impact on Fleet Town Centre, then policy ED4 actually provides support for the scheme, doesn't it?
Yes.
And that includes a situation in which the inspector may conclude that there's some adverse impact, but that it's not significantly adverse, correct?
Yes, that would be, there's obviously other considerations as well, yes.
Do you have access to the NPPF?
Yes.
Yeah. If we could pick that up, please, at section 7, which is the chapter on ensuring the vitality of town centres. Yeah. Just to run through all of this very quickly, because I don't think it's in dispute, we can see the first paragraph is 90, that's dealing with planning policies, so not relevant to the decision-making exercise here.
Yes, that's right.
91 to 93 deal with the sequential test, and as you've already confirmed, it's common ground that the sequential test is passed here, yes?
Yes.
So that leaves us over the page with just 94 and 95 that relate to the impact test, and you've confirmed at paragraph 19 of your proof that there's no issue around 94A and the potential impact on investment, correct?
Yes, that's right.
So that brings us to 94B and then 95. And where we get to is that the sole question in dispute between the parties in relation to this part of the MPPF is the scheme likely to have a significant adverse impact on the vitality and viability of Fleet Town Centre?
Yes.
And so again, if the inspector were to conclude that the scheme is not likely to have a significant adverse impact on the vitality and viability of Fleet Town Centre, then there is no policy basis for the first reason for refusal, is there?
No.
As with policy ED4, that would be the position if the inspector's conclusion was, well, there's a degree of adverse impact, but it's not bad enough to be a significant adverse impact.
Then that would be one of the adverse considerations. Yes.
But more specifically, if the inspector says there's some adverse impact, but it's not a significant adverse impact, then there isn't any non-compliance either with 94 and 95 of the MPPF or with policy ED4, correct?
That's right.
And just whilst we're in the MPPF looking at 94B, this consideration is the impact of the proposal on town centre vitality and viability, including local consumer choice and trade in the town centre and the wider retail catchment. It's right, isn't it, that the scheme would have a positive impact on local consumer choice by introducing a new retailer to the town centre?
It would introduce one to the town centre. It would reduce one to the
wider retail catchment?
In and out of centre location, yes. If it led to the closure of Waitrose, then it would just be a different choice.
Thank you. Then in your proof, can we go next to section 5, PDF 18, please? At paragraph 50, you're considering whether the first reason for refusal was valid on the information that was before the council when it determined the application, yes?
Yes.
And then, I'm not going through this in detail, but section 6, if we go to page 20, you're analysing the initial RIA and then the first retail impact assessment addendum, not the May 2026 retail impact assessment addendum?
Yes, because we didn't get the May 2026 one at the time I was preparing my proof.
Yeah, and then if we go to page 29 and look at paragraphs 110 and 111, we see that you're explaining there that your view is that there was insufficiently robust information before the council when it determined the application. And so you say that reason for refusal 1 was and remains valid based on the application submission, but then you come on in the next section of the proof to consider how I'm going to call it the NRIAA. I know Mr. Neil's got a different terminology, but hopefully, sir, that's not too confusing for you. I thought your acronym was fine. So yeah, then you come on to consider the NRIAA in the next section of the proof. Now, we agree, don't we, that the inspector now has to ask himself a different question or has to resolve the main issue on the up-to-date basis. So he, of course, isn't going to confine himself to just considering the information that the council had. He has to now consider everything that's available to him, including the NRIAA, yes?
Yes.
If we turn on to paragraph 116, and you covered this off with Mr. Neil earlier as well, We can see at 116 that you now, having considered the NRIAA, are of the view that there is now an adequate RIA available for the purposes of paragraph 94 that we considered, which goes to adequacy of assessment. Yes?
Yes.
So, as worded in the decision notice, the first reason for refusal is no longer well-founded because that was worded as a complaint about the adequacy of information, and the information has now been provided. Yes?
Yes.
And just to confirm a point that I think you did touch on in evidence in chief with Mr. Neal, you say at 115 that you've got a number of ongoing concerns regarding specifically the household survey that underpins the NRIAA, and I'll come back to that much later. But nonetheless, you still feel able to agree that the assessment that's been provided is sufficient to enable you to assess the significance of the impact on the town centre.
Yes. And that with the analysis I've done, yes.
And so, insofar as section 5 and 6 of your proof are looking at the position previously at the point in time that the council determined the application, they're ignoring the NRIAA. The analysis in sections 5 and 6 is irrelevant, isn't it?
No, it's not irrelevant because the household survey is the same for both the RIAs before the council when the application was determined and the NRIAA.
Right, so you're carrying through the analysis, your analysis in relation to the household survey, but the complaints around the alleged lacuna in, the initial RIA and the first addendum, those aren't of any relevance anymore, given that we've now got the NRIAA, are they?
In terms of the outstanding questions, the information on the health checks is provided and the extra information on the town centre store turnover is now provided, yes.
Thank you. Had you already drafted sections 5 and 6, at least in substance, before you received the NRIAA?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll come back to the methodological criticisms later on. If we go next within your proof to paragraph 130, please. And in this section, you've set out the concerns that you summarise in your evidence in chief around is the estimate of the baseline turnover for Sainsbury's and Marks and Spencer's accurate, for example, and you've set all of that out in detail as regards your concerns, I think largely in respect of the weighting exercise that was undertaken. And then at 143, you get onto the question of trade diversion impact. And then the short point, I think, skipping over the detail of that analysis just for now and seeing if we can cut through it in the first instance, is that at 154, your conclusion is that you think Lidl would draw most of its trade from existing food stores in Fleet and Church Crookham, and you think that the levels of trade diversion would be greater than Mr. Singer's suggesting, and you agree in particular with Waitrose that their trade diversion has been underestimated. That's this kind of headline point of where you arrive at. after all that analysis.
With the focus being on the town centre stores and not going into detail on some of the other stores because they're not protected by policy.
Yeah, and so we can also see if we turn over to section 8 and 155, you again summarising there, you say that the concerns you identified with the robustness of the underlying survey remain largely unanswered. So you're still concluding that some of the information in the NRIAA remains unreliable. But then you go on to say more positively at 156 that you have been able to reach a view on the likely performance of key stores and the impacts, that the more in-depth health analysis that's been provided in the NRIAA has helped you to have a better understanding of the starting point. And so overall at 158, notwithstanding the points you've made at 154 and 155, there is sufficient information available for you now to reach a conclusion on whether there's going to be a significant adverse impact on the town centre.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're not saying, and I'll come back to the detail of this later, but in terms of the NRIAA and this point about the surveys, you're not saying that the analysis in the NRIAA is so unreliable that the inspector cannot safely rely on it to reach a conclusion about whether there'll be a significant adverse impact.
The NRIAA is, in terms of the base data, is as it is, and following my analysis, accept that there are a lot of then professional judgments within that impact assessment that I do not agree with, and obviously those are things that we've touched on and presumably cover again. But I certainly wouldn't say that as it stands as a document it could be relied on.
Well, that's not consistent with what you've said in your proof, is it? Which is that you're no longer, I mean, you've already agreed with me that reason of refusal 1, as originally worded, no longer holds good because we've submitted the NRIAA.
Yes,
Are you going back on that answer?
No, I said that and my own analysis. So therefore, if the inspector was simply to rely on the Lichfield's RIA, that that would not be, to me, in my view, would not be on its own, is not reliable. There are professional judgments in there that I don't agree with. What I was saying is the information and the data is in there to sufficient to let me reach that conclusion. That doesn't mean that it's not the same as the document itself being acceptable.
But if the inspector reads the NRIAA, obviously he's read your evidence and listened to what you have to say, and if he reaches a conclusion that there are a lot of professional judgments involved and he prefers Mr. Singer's professional judgments to yours, that's something he's entitled to do, isn't it? Now, you're not going to, where I don't want to end up is in a position where the council then complains that, you know, somehow there still wasn't enough information or data available to it. We've moved on from that, haven't we?
Yeah.
Could I just clarify, do you speak on behalf of the council for that? I know you're appearing as a witness for the council, but you've your views on the question, you've answered it.
Yeah.
But do you speak on behalf of the council in that, in the same regard?
Presume so.
Yeah. What I'm getting at is there going to be another member of the council who would disagree with you?
No.
No. Okay.
In fairness to Mr. Neil, I think that this was all clarified in his opening.
No,
so
we're not saying you would prefer the judgments of this, you know, that would be not quite that really.
And we saw at 116 of your proof, and you've just made the point again now, that in terms of the sort of methodological criticisms, this is ultimately a question of professional judgment. There's not a sort of law that says, you know, you must do it this way or the other way. Mr. Singer and his colleagues have approached retail impact assessment using their professional judgment, and you've explained where you don't agree with that, exercising your professional judgment, yes?
Yes, that's right.
Um, Could we then pick up paragraph 161 of your proof, please? And we can see that you say here, consider basically the context from the preceding paragraph is we're considering the question of whether there would be a significantly adverse impact on the vitality and viability of the town centre. And you say, in this case, this means considering whether the proposed little development could lead to the closure of any of the food stores in Fleet Town Centre, and if so, the wider effect this may have on town centre vitality and viability. So if the inspector were to conclude that the scheme is not likely to result in any of the food stores in Fleet Town Centre closing, you don't suggest that there's any other basis for him to conclude that there's a significant adverse impact?
No, there would be obviously an adverse impact in terms of turnover and footfall, but I wouldn't consider that to be significantly adverse if three retailers continue to trade.
Thank you. So again, to come back to the policy position that we were discussing earlier, if the inspector decides that the scheme is not likely to result in the closure of a food store, then he should conclude that the scheme is compliant with ED4 and with the MPPF, yes?
Yes.
And then at 162, you deal with Sainsbury's and the M&S Simply Food. The short point is you're not suggesting that it's likely that the scheme would cause either of those food stores to close, even if your methodological criticisms of the NRIAA are well founded, are you?
That's correct.
Because I noted later on at 191, you've said, whilst the Sainsbury's and the M&S Simply Food stores will be impacted, their long-term trading is unlikely to be affected, and nothing that I heard from you this morning before lunch seemed to have, you know, moved you on from that position.
No, they would be impacted, but not. I don't think it would threaten their trading.
And so the only store that you identify as, in your view, likely to close as a result of the scheme is the Waitrose, yes?
Yes.
And again, logically, where we've got to is if the inspector reaches the view that the evidence doesn't show that the Waitrose is likely to close, then there's no likely significant adverse impact on the town centre.
Not significant, no.
And the scheme's compliant, therefore, with ED4 and with MPPF 94 and 95.
Yeah.
So then, if we could pick up 163, which is where you come on to the impact on Waitrose. And you are analysing table 4 in the NRIAA, which I think is at page 10 of that document. You, in your proof, at 163, you say Lichfield seek to suggest that what we're seeing in table 4 reflects a switching customer loyalty from Waitrose to Sainsbury's, but there's no evidence to support that. You say that in 164, an alternative interpretation is that Waitrose has borne the brunt of previous impacts from the opening of stores. And then in 165, you posit that the Waitrose might have lost market share to the Aldi at Church Crookham and to the extensions of Morrison, yes?
Yes.
But if we look at table 4, we can see that the Morrison's market share has actually declined, can't we?
Based on the weighted survey results, yes.
Yeah, certainly there's nothing in table 4 that remotely suggests that Morrison's has succeeded in capturing the sort of 9% market share that we can see Waitrose has lost, is there?
No. That goes back to my comments about the fact that I think the problems from the survey are not just limited to the town centre stores.
So if it's not Morrison's, the other potential candidate you identify, and you covered this in evidence in chief as well, is that Waitrose's shoppers have gone to Aldi. Picking up your proof of evidence at 151, please. Accepting that you're talking here about the proposed Lidl store, but what I'm interested in is you say Lichfields haven't explained why the appeal scheme would compete with Sainsbury's but not with Waitrose, when Waitrose, in your view, clearly provides the most similar offer to the proposed store in terms of main food shopping based on its greater size, more extensive ranges and similar proximity. But what you haven't mentioned here at all is respective pricing, have you? Between either Lidl or Aldi and Waitrose, that's not something you've considered here.
No, it isn't something I considered here, but it's, yeah, I'm well aware of the price differentials, and I'm also well aware that Lidl and Aldi are targeting the customers of the likes of Waitrose and M&S. I mean, I don't think, however you grade them, I don't think there's significant differences between M&S and Waitrose. And I personally would put Sainsbury's not that dissimilar, not slightly more mainstream, but not that different.
Can we go to page 22 in Mr. Singer's proof of evidence, please?
By page
22 in the PDF. It's actually internal page 18.
Oh, right.
Sorry, if you're on the hard copy, it's page 18.
Copy, yeah.
Yeah, table 6.1,
yeah.
6.3, sorry, 6.3.
Yeah.
You haven't disputed the figures that are set out in this table, have you?
They're a snapshot from 1 week, I think it is, in April 2026, yes.
Yeah. So it's a recent price comparison, yes?
Yes.
And we can see that we've got Sainsbury's, the average price of the basket of 96 items is 17% higher, I think, than the Lidl basket.
With a Nectar card, yes.
Yeah, and 20% higher if you want to take the point around not having a Nectar card.
Yeah.
Waitrose is 38% higher.
Yes.
So what we've actually got is Aldi, Lidl with Lidl Plus and Lidl at the bottom with 1 percentage point between them. So as you said in your evidence in chief, obviously directly competing in terms of price. Sainsbury's with Nectar 17% and 20% above that. And then Waitrose another 18 percentage points above Sainsbury's, yes?
Yes.
I mean, it's just, Mr. Neil, I think, did refer to this as being common sense, but it just isn't realistic to suggest that those who are fortunate to be able to afford to shop at Waitrose have upped and gone to Aldi at Church Crookham, is it, given the price differences we're looking at?
I think it's quite possible because everyone is hit by the cost of living, and what is happening is that people are potentially shopping and picking up basics in one place. They may still be going to their original store for specialist or more luxurious products, but that's how the discounters are working, and that's why the main sort of likes of Tesco and that have introduced their cheaper ranges, compete on that basis. And Waitrose they still have their Waitrose Essentials range. But I'm not saying that they will swap completely, but they will. It's not that Waitrose customers are not immune from going to, or being attracted by lower prices and go shopping at Aldi and Lidl. And Waitrose wouldn't be objecting if they thought that's the case. Why would they waste the time doing that?
On this point around Waitrose having introduced their essentials range, I mean, this is a recent, as you say, a snapshot, but still it's recent evidence of the price comparisons. As far as I can tell, it doesn't say Waitrose, not including their essentials range, does it? So no. They may well have I did used to live near a Waitrose. They have got an essentials range, but the short point is it still leaves them 38% above Aldi and Lidl, doesn't it?
For that week, yes.
You're a very experienced witness. I'm not going to argue that this is a snapshot, but it's also not realistic to suggest that these prices are going to fluctuate wildly from week to week. Realistically, no. Waitrose is going to be at the bottom of this list, isn't it?
It's except it's whether it's 138 or I looked at one previous, another week and another thing it was 133. There will be some variation, but
what actual evidence is there that you rely on to support your suggestion that Waitrose has actually lost its market share to the Aldi at Church Crookham? In documentary, concrete terms, what am I actually being taken to?
There is no evidence as to exactly where that's gone. What we do know is that when the Aldi application came in, Montague Evans and the council, Montague Evans acting on behalf of Aldi, expected Waitrose to lose trade, and the council agreed. And then the information that we have suggests that it has lost trade. That seems a common sense deduction.
When you say the information that we have, what's that a reference to?
Well, the data, the information in terms of market shares, not necessarily absolute values, but the apparent trend that Waitrose turnover has gone down compared to what was seen in 2014.
Okay, so in terms of the evidence that supports an argument that Waitrose has lost market share to the Church Crookham, we've got the officer report for the Aldi scheme, which obviously predates it and shows us what the expectation was, but it does not show us what actually happened, does it?
No, and the only thing that we haven't got anything that actually shows it, because it goes back to the question that in actual turnover is not available to us. What we do know is that Waitrose have submitted objections to the scheme.
Right, so you've got the officer report, which we've just dealt with. You've got the fact that we can see that Waitrose performance has declined and they're not currently having a great time of it. Yeah. And you also invoke the fact that they're objecting to this scheme.
Sorry,
you also invoke the fact that they've objected to this scheme. But again, they've objected, but without providing any actual analysis or documentation that provides additional support beyond an assertion that that's where their trade has gone.
Well, the fact they are objecting to this, they have indicated that the findings that the store is performing below company average is what they seem to be agreeing with, and they've made the submissions, which, as far as I'm aware, is quite unusual for Waitrose. I mean, some retailers do make objections quite regularly. I've not seen one on behalf of Waitrose.
All right, I think I haven't heard that before, so I will make a note to ask Mr. So you say it's rare for Waitrose to object.
In my experience, I've not come. I'm trying to think whether I've ever come across them.
Hear from Mr. Siegel on that tomorrow or later today, probably tomorrow. But no, my point was, yes, they've objected, but I certainly, unless I missed it, have not seen any sort of statistical or even really any actual proper analysis from Waitrose to say here is not just a letter that we've written to say that we're very upset about this and we're worried. They have not gone beyond that to attempt actual analysis to submit as evidence to actually show the inspector that they can prove that the reason they're not doing very well is because everybody started shopping at Aldi. They haven't provided that information,
No.
have they? Now, I don't thought it had made it into the core documents, but maybe it didn't. I'm looking for the planning practice guidance. We may have to just use the extracts in your proof. No. Right. Well, everyone here is familiar with it. So if you're not, we probably should provide you with. This is the government's planning practice guidance. Right. Yeah. So for reference, paragraph 15 is the one I'm interested in at the moment, and specifically the part where it says, as a guiding principle, impact should be assessed on a like-for-like basis in respect to that particular sector. And it says, as an example, it may not be appropriate to compare the impact of an out-of-centre DIY store with small-scale town centre stores, as they would normally not compete directly. And then it says, retail uses tend to compete with their most comparable competitive facilities. Lidl is not Waitrose's most comparable competitive facility, is it? No. And nor is the Aldi at Church Crookham.
No, not the most comparable. They're the two of them are the most comparable, but Aldi and Lidl.
So the suggestion in your evidence that Waitrose has lost its trade to the Aldi at Church Crookham is not supported by the PPG, which says that retail uses tend to compete with their most comparable competitive.
But there's different facilities. Comparable. I mean, you're talking about price. That's the sole. That's Waitrose and Aldi and Lidl are not going to be the most comparable on price. But in terms of the offer of the stores, we're talking about stores that offer main food shopping, and the main food shopping provision was Waitrose and Morrison's. Those are, and then Aldi and Lidl are also aimed at providing main food shopping. So they're comparable at that, in that respect, and that differentiates them from certainly from the Marks and Spencers, which is very much a top up, and Sainsbury's, which is quite small and is not really a main food shopping destination.
So is it your professional evidence to the inquiry that the most comparable competitive facility for the Waitrose is currently the Aldi at Church Crookham?
No.
Thank you. And is it your professional evidence to the inquiry that in the event that the scheme were to come forward, the proposed Lidl and the Waitrose would be each other's most comparable competitive facilities?
No.
So the PPG as I read it, is making a point about, what is the most comparable competitive facility, having regard to presumably pricing and location and everything else as well. And when one looks at all of those things in the round, as you've just agreed, on no view is either the Aldi or the Lidl going to be the most comparable competitive facility to the Waitrose, correct?
Correct.
Right. So when I said to you, well, actually, your suggestion about there being this flight from Waitrose to the Aldi or to the proposed Lidl is not supported by the planning practice guidance, that's right, isn't it?
All the trade came from one store, yes, but the trade comes from a selection of, will come from a selection of stores. So whether it's the most comparable or not, there's still going to be degrees of trade diversion.
But the PPG is explaining how to undertake an impact assessment, what it will be appropriate to compare. Then it makes the point that retail uses tend to compete. It's obviously not saying only compete, but it's saying tend to compete with their most comparable competitive facilities. So the PPG doesn't support an argument that when we're assessing retail impact, we should be, casting around for smaller impacts on less comparable facilities, does it?
Well, impact assessments will look at all impacts. And as Mr. Singer's assessment has suggested, the trade draw will be from a variety of stores and can be quite extensive.
Thank you. Can we then go next to Mr. Singer's rebuttal, please, and to paragraph 215. So this is internal page 3.
Yeah.
Table 1. So this has come, I think, from the grocer, and we can see this is looking at market shares in the run up to July 2014 and then the run up to March of this year. Mm-hmm. And looking at Aldi and Lidl, we can see that they've both increased, but a significant increase of over 5% for Aldi and just under 5% for Lidl. So those are the two discounters, yes?
Yes.
What we can clearly see is that has not come at the expense of Waitrose, because Waitrose has only lost 0.2 of its market share in that period.
Yes, but as I mentioned this morning, this is a very high level figure. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that an Aldi or Lidl opening near a Waitrose won't have an impact, because obviously in terms of market share, Waitrose are less represented across the UK than some of the other retailers. Therefore, Aldi and Lidl, I think, often opening nearer other competitors. I also want. I don't think, certainly, I mean, the fact that someone like Tesco actually does price comparisons with Aldi and Lidl. So I think we would say that they compete with Aldi and Lidl. I've just done a very quick analysis here. Tesco's market share has gone down by 3%. Waitrose's market share has gone down by 4%.
Sorry, where are you?
Well, a decline of 0.2 for Waitrose is actually 4% of its market share from 2014.
Oh, I see. Right. Well,
the equivalent figure for Tesco is 3%, but Tesco openly acknowledges it's in competition with Lidl and Aldi by doing price comparison.
I am going to stop you there. You have the opportunity to put a rebuttal evidence in, and you haven't taken the opportunity to put those calculations in for all of the stores in this list, have you? What we can see on what is in front of us is Sainsbury's down by 1. Waitrose, as I said, down by almost nothing. Aldi and Lidl both up significantly. Morrison's down by nearly 3. Tesco down by nearly 1. Asda down by 5.5. Co-op down by over 1. Iceland, not much change, up 0.3, and others up by 0.6. But this, yes, it's a high level analysis, but what it does support is Mr. Singer's observation that Aldi and Lidl are not competing with Waitrose and that they are more likely to compete with Asda, for example.
Maybe. The only thing I would say about that is this table is noticeable and it doesn't include M&S. And Mr. Singer seems to suggest that trade will come from M&S. And I don't see that there is a big difference between M&S and Waitrose.
And what this table certainly does not evidence is any claim that Waitrose has lost market share to the discounters. Doesn't provide any support for that suggestion, does it, this table?
It's lost market share, but that will be for a variety of reasons, that it will be for all the retailers. They're all competing with each other, and at any particular point in time, some retailers are going through a good phase and some less good.
Let me try the question another way. This table does not support an argument that Waitrose has materially lost market share to the two discounters, does it?
Well, it's lost market share probably to the discounters, because they were in 2014. I mean, if it's not to the discounters, I don't know who it's to, because the other retailers were all around in 2014.
Let me put the question another way. I think we're at cross purposes. We can see that the discounters have gained market share in this table, yes. This table does not provide any support for a suggestion that they have gained that market share from Waitrose, does it?
It suggests that some of their market share has come from Waitrose, yes.
What, the 0.2?
Yes, because 0.2 is because Waitrose is a relatively small percentage anyway.
Are you prepared to go as far as agreeing with me that this does show that the other retailers in the list have lost more extensive market share than Waitrose has?
Yes.
And are you prepared to accept that that indicates that it's more likely that is where the discounters are getting their market share from?
Over the past, yes.
And then just want to explore a point that you raised in evidence in chief, and you've just repeated now, I think, which is, well, you seem to be suggesting that perhaps something geographically is going on whereby Waitrose and the discounters are just not competing in the same locations.
Well, that would have it's the overall number of stores and representation that will contribute to these figures. So that's why Waitrose market share is lower, because they have fewer stores. And traditionally, they have been more orientated towards the south and east. And over the last 10 years, I don't know whether Lidl and Aldi's openings have been sort of consistent across the UK, or if they are, have perhaps been more targeted to the less wealthy areas. They are certainly trying to get into London, which suggests that, therefore they may come up and be competing with the likes of Waitrose more in recent years than they perhaps were 10 years ago.
I am going to seek more precision on this. Do you actually know where Waitrose's store openings have been in the last 5 years, for example, nationwide?
Store openings, no, but they're relatively small store. Their convenience stores
Well, I don't know. I mean, you said, or you suggested, and I'm exploring the strength of this suggestion, which I am going to suggest is not great. You suggested in your evidence in chief that the reason we're not seeing Lidl and Aldi in that table, obviously taking market share away from Waitrose, is perhaps there's a geographical explanation around store locations, right? So I thought that was based on you having an understanding of what both Lidl and Aldi and also Waitrose are doing. But then you just said over the last 10 years, I don't know whether Lidl and Aldi's openings have been consistent across the UK. So do you actually know what Waitrose has been doing geographically across the UK in the last 5 years?
Well, it's only really Lidl and Aldi that have been opening. They have concentrated at different times in sort of different regions. So it's their openings rather than any openings by Waitrose.
Okay, but do you actually know what Lidl and Aldi's strategy is in terms of, are they rolling out nationwide? Or
Well, they're rolling out yes, they are rolling out nationwide, but in terms of what they did 2014 to 2026, which is this table, beginning of that period, they were probably, and I'm trying to do this from memory, but I think they were more orientated to areas where the likes of Asda were trading, the sort of Asda and Tesco.
Yeah, I mean, again, this isn't an aspect of the evidence that we've actually got any proper documentation or analysis on, is it?
No.
And in terms of Waitrose, are you suggesting that Waitrose is still confined to a specific region of the UK, or what's your actual knowledge of where Waitrose is now to be found?
There's stores across the UK, but there is more stores in the southeast.
Because I was a little bit confused, because you made this point later on around, well, maybe they're not fighting over the same turf, to put the point bluntly. But then earlier on in your evidence in chief, you were telling us about the Christmas adverts, and your own evidence was that actually Aldi and Lidl are trying to take on everybody in the list of retailers. Yeah. Right. So it's not both things, is it?
This is, when Lidl and Aldi started, they were targeting the area, I suppose, less affluent areas, which meant that they were more likely to be coming into competition with the likes of Tesco and Asda. Over the years, they have stepped up their range and offer things like the introduction of, it's not in-store bakeries, but counters selling bakery products. They've introduced, you don't call them finest ranges, but whatever their name is, they've introduced all these different products to broaden their appeal, and their store opening programs now are nationwide, which means that they are now coming into competition with some of the retailers that they perhaps weren't 10 years ago.
Okay, but that isn't consistent with the simultaneous suggestion you were making that the reason that Waitrose hasn't been demonstrably impacted by Aldi and Lidl in Mr. Singer's list is because geographically they just never meet.
I didn't say they never meet. What I'm saying is I don't know the extent to which that 12-year period there has been a significant overlap.
Don't know the extent of the overlap. Thank you. And then you said at the end, I think this is a point that was picked up in Mr. Neal's opening, but you said at the end of your evidence in chief that essentially your view is that the impact on Waitrose would be the same as on Sainsbury's, talking about the appeal scheme impact. But having looked at the price comparison table, just as one example, in blunt factual terms, it is correct that Waitrose has an awful lot further to go, certainly in terms of pricing, to compete with Lidl than Sainsbury's does, yes?
Yes. a price point, yes.
And given the difference in price point, is it really accurate to suggest that the impact, ought to have come out of the analysis as the same as Sainsbury's, or would you accept that we can expect it to be somewhat different because Waitrose is more expensive than Sainsbury's?
I think it would be similar because the Waitrose and the Sainsbury's are not providing the same offer anyway. The Sainsbury's in Fleet Town Centre is a relative, the Waitrose is a third bigger again. Sainsbury's, it's got a bigger range, and therefore that will, if they had the same monetary impact, that it still means that in terms of the offer, that's a greater effect on the Sainsbury's, but sort of comparing their size and their offer. I haven't expressed that very well. All else being equal, the fact that the Waitrose is the bigger store, you would expect it to lose more trade. Because if I'm saying that they would be about the same, that is reflecting to a certain extent that there may be slightly more brought to a Lidl for Sainsbury's customers. But it's, this is, the Sainsbury's and the Waitrose are not the same type of, they're not the same beast, they're not the same type of store. And therefore the main food shopping is where you get the competition with the Waitrose.
You also said in your evidence in chief, if a store isn't trading very well, then there will be less people for it to lose. So on that basis, it's actually unsurprising that the trade diversion from the Waitrose might be lower than what you would have expected because the store is underperforming, isn't it?
I think it's underperforming. I don't believe it's underperforming necessarily at that level, but I still think that the idea of a 1% impact on the Waitrose, a trade draw of 0.12 million, is completely unrealistic, particularly given what's forecast for the M&S, which is so much smaller. And as I also said this morning, comparing it to the Waitrose at Yateley, just as a sort of one-off example.
What do you mean by I don't believe it's underperforming necessarily at that level?
Well, I don't, in terms of the figures provided by Mr. Singer, I don't think that any figures in the assessment, I don't agree with that Sainsbury's and M&S can be trading at that higher level. I also think it unlikely that the Waitrose turnover has dropped to 50%, but I think it is underperforming. I think it's somewhere in the range.
Oh no, I mean, I am very interested in this evidence. Where is this in your proof, please?
It's the judgment made between looking at the weighted and the unweighted figures.
Yeah, where in your proof of evidence do you provide alternative figures for the current and or the anticipated underperformance of the Waitrose store?
I don't provide any figures. I have used my judgment, which is that I've said that I believe it's underperforming, which is what I believe. In the same way that I have said that the Sainsbury's and the M&S, I think, are overtrading, but not to the extent said.
Can you where in your proof do you, I just want to find the reference, where in your proof do you explain that you don't agree with Mr. Singer's assessment of the extent of the underperformance of Waitrose?
Well, at 163, what I say is I think it's trading at a very low level relative to company benchmark. I've never endorsed the figure. I mean, if it was as low as Mr. Singer is suggesting, then I think it would be very, very vulnerable.
I mean, I'm sorry, Ms. Reeves. 163, we'll go there first, and if there's any other places to go to, we can pick those up in turn. 163, you say your concern centres around the Waitrose store, which Lichfield's evidence suggests is trading at a very low level relative to company benchmark, and which has seen a significant decline in its market share in recent years. And then you cite table 4. Absolutely no suggestion from you there that you don't agree with the Lichfield's evidence and that you think it's trading at a less low level than what Lichfields have said, is there?
Not there, no. Let's see if I have actually said it. I mean, it's part of my page 27, the tables. I mean, those showing those differences. I don't think I've.
Page 27 is this CR3 and
Yeah.
CR4.
But I haven't for any of the stores said where I think the actual level is.
Can we look at 103, please? Where you say the Waitrose store appears to have gone from trading at around 125% of benchmark scales in 2014 to trading at a little over 50% by 2023.
And then I go on, this leads me to conclude the weighted results from the 2023 household survey seem to be resulting in some unusual market shares and turnover forecasts.
Right. Okay, well, let's approach it on this basis then. I just want to understand what your position actually is. I'm sure if I haven't yet, I may have missed it, I haven't yet immediately found, I mean, I think you have agreed that you haven't actually given an alternative figure.
No.
Haven't yet seen anything in the narrative in your proof where you say, or actually even sort of hint that you don't agree with the Lichfield's figures for the Waitrose turnover, because you
don't agree with any of the individual figures because of the problems.
Yes, but you haven't said that. You've made a point many times that you don't agree that Sainsbury's and M&S are, overperforming to the extent that Mr. Singer identifies. Honestly, I would have expected you to also say, and by the way, that means that I don't agree with the Waitrose figure either, but fine. You're going to say it's implied, whatever. If you have referenced it in your proof somewhere, I'm sure you'll be taken to it in re-examination. This is a new point. What are you actually saying you think the performance of the Waitrose is? It sounds as though your evidence is actually that you think it's less vulnerable than Mr. Singer's analysis has suggested.
I don't know I don't know what the figure is. I can't work out individual figures from the information because of the problems with it. I would be surprised that its turnover had gone from, 120 something percent of company, 125% of company average to 52% of company average. But more than that, I can't say. But what I am sure about is that it would, if Mr. Singer's figures are right, it would still lose more trade than the 0.12 million because of the type of sales that's there.
So, because we are going to obviously come on to discuss the, you know, the likelihood or otherwise of Waitrose closing, you haven't provided the inspector with any figure that represents the level at which you think Waitrose is currently performing against the company benchmark, correct?
No, because I can't, to allow me to work that out.
But you've not been able even to give a range, for example.
I didn't consider it necessary to do that in terms of looking at my analysis and the question, which is the impact on the store. The actual level is the store is not trading well, and it will, in my opinion, lose further trade if the Lidl proposal is allowed, which makes it vulnerable. And in terms of a proportionate approach to looking at impact, I considered that was sufficient for the case, because otherwise there is no clear information that I have before me.
You could, as I understood what was implied in that answer, you could have attempted to at least provide the inspector with a range in terms of roughly where you think the Waitrose is performing against the company average, yes?
Well, I suppose I could, if it was a range, it was somewhere probably between the 11.8 is my table CR, A9 and A10, which is the figures that come from the weighted and unweighted.
Right,
those would not be the correct figures.
You're going a bit quickly. Which table did you just refer to?
CR9 and CR10 on page 24. Obviously this is based on the RIA I had at the time, which has been updated a couple of times since then.
Right, so the benefit of the uninitiated, namely me, how would I get from these tables to a rough indication of where you think the Waitrose is actually performing against the benchmark for the company, which is the point that I'm really interested in?
Well, the benchmark, turnover, which is in table CR3 on page 27, is 18.45. The analysis that I did on the information I had at the time suggested that the weighted turnover, which is the second table on page 24, the turnover was 6.68 million, which is lower than Mr. Singer suggested because of the different ways I've now been told that the Lichfield's figures have been calculated, whereas the unweighted figures gave a turnover of 11.86. Which would suggest it's trading at about 65% of company average.
Right. So it is quite plainly, Ms. Reeves, perfectly possible for you to have provided in your written evidence sufficiently ahead of time so that I could scrutinise it properly and Mr. Singer could also understand it properly, at least a rough indication, if not actually quite a precise indication of what you say the underperformance of the Waitrose actually is, yes?
Well, I've got these figures. I don't know where it's a range. It's
yes, but yeah. My point is, you haven't set any of that out to assist the inspector in terms of understanding actually even the kind of critical points of your case. Your case is that the Waitrose store is so vulnerable that the trade diversion to Lidl is likely to result in the closure of the store. And yet you haven't even, in your proof, set out your view of what you think the current, resilience of the store is. You've not even said in a sentence, actually, I don't agree with Mr. Singer's appraisal of the underperformance of the store, have you?
I've said I don't agree with any, I don't agree with any of the specific figures because of the problems with the survey. I thought I've made that perfectly clear.
But even if, well, I don't agree that you have, but let's not keep
okay.
going on that. Even if you had said, well, I don't agree with Mr. Singer, what's the inspector supposed to do with that?
Well, I've said that based on this, the information that is here, I think it is underperforming and it is therefore vulnerable. And that's what the exact figure is. It's never going to be an exact figure. It's any of these figures are estimates. I don't know that the exact figure is critical to understanding or leading to a conclusion that the store has been in decline, has seen impacts over time, and it would be impacted further. And the fact that the retailer has objected to the scheme on that basis, it is realistic. And I think in terms of the policy test, which is what we're trying to address, is it likely that it would have a significant adverse impact? My view is yes.
Could I suggest a reason why at least an attempt at some figures is actually important here is the obvious one, which is that we agree there will be some trade diversion from the Waitrose to the Lidl. We say it's smaller than you think it is. And we agree that the Waitrose is underperforming. So in terms of the headline description of what is going on here, the parties agree. The difference is in the figures, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. But the key figure is the trade diversion.
Right, well, we'll come on to that in a moment. Just one stray question to pick up, going back to our discussion around the Aldi at Church Crookham. You did, I think, fairly acknowledge in your evidence in chief that the Aldi at Church Crookham was the first discounter to arrive on the scene here. And so realistically, the impact of the proposed Lidl on the Waitrose is likely to be less than it was for the Aldi, correct? Because to an extent, the people that wanted to move to a discounter to do their shopping have already had that opportunity. So I realise I've been going for over an hour. I just wanted to check how Ms. Reeves and you and everybody else are doing.
It might be a good time for a pause.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll pause there for 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Inspector. Hello again, Ms. Reeves. Trade diversion from the scheme, to the scheme from Waitrose. What do you consider the likely trade diversion to be, please?
Would be in probably in the range of between 1 and 2 million.
Well, I'm more interested in the percentage. So we've obviously put forward a percentage of 1.4, which you don't agree with. What do you think the percentage actually is?
In terms of impact, percentage impact, or a percentage of Lidl's trade that comes from Waitrose?
So,
because I can't give you a percentage impact figure, because that assumes you know the turnover of the store. I think it would be, yeah, between 1 and 2 million. I could work that out as a percentage based on Mr. Singer's figures.
I mean, I suppose what I'm interested in is really, have you actually sat down and worked this out? Because it isn't in your proof.
No, I haven't sat down and worked out exact figures because I did not. Those figures are only estimates to give an idea. They're not facts. And because they are just an opinion, whether it is X million or X percent, at the end of the day, then comes down to a judgment as to whether that would be of such a scale as to affect the future trading of the store. And my view is that what I've seen of where the store is likely to be, and the fact that I think it would lose a further 1 to 2 million as a result of this proposal, I think that represents a significant adverse impact.
This 1 to 2 million figure,
Yeah.
Is that in your proof?
No.
Is that a figure that you've just come to sitting here?
It's based on my view that I don't think there would be significant difference between the trade draw from Sainsbury's and the Waitrose.
Yeah, but I asked you, the question I put was, what do you consider the likely trade diversion to the scheme from Waitrose to be? You didn't say, turn to page 5 of my proof, it's here. No. It looked to me, is this fair? As though you were basically thinking about that as you're sitting here and giving me an answer as you're sitting here.
I haven't done my own numbers assessment. No, I've never said I have. I've looked at the information provided and I've made professional judgments from that. That doesn't mean I necessarily have to produce a separate set of figures. Reach the conclusion.
Well, I mean, that might be so if your evidence was, I agree with Mr. Singer's percentage figure of 1.4. In my view, that is enough to mean that the store will close, or that is a significant impact. And so, if you were sat here saying, and your proof was just saying, I have no quarrel with Mr. Singer's figures, but my professional judgment is that that is a significant impact. And so the only question was, is the impact, which is agreed, significant or not? Then fair enough. But that's not your evidence. Your evidence is that the trade diversion will be higher than Mr. Singer's figures suggest, yeah?
Yes.
But you have not, until we're sat here this afternoon, turned your mind to actually the figures that are that you say are likely to be involved, correct?
Well, I've given it some thought. I haven't put it in the proof because for the reasons I've said.
Why, if you had given it some thought, wouldn't you put the figure in the proof?
Because it leads, I can't get a percentage impact. You have to assume a single value for the turnover of the store. And for the reasons I've already said, I don't think there is the information to be able to do that with a degree of confidence. I'm confident of the sort of trends and the general high level, the information from the survey gives me a degree of confidence in terms of relatively how well things are doing, but it's not a specific figure. So if I've got a base figure that the turnover could be between this and this, and then come up with a trade diversion that could be between this and this, we end up with a range of percentage figures, which when it comes to it, that's the actual percentage figure is not critical. It's not as if there's one figure that once it gets to X percent, you say, oh, well, that's going to be significant, and that isn't. That's the whole point. It's the local circumstances. So it's the other side of the equation as well, which is the health of the centre and health of the store. It is equally important. And with that information that I have on that, I don't think for me to reach a professional view, I don't need to have a specific figure.
But you've not even put forward a range. I mean, first plan, Waitrose, they do put some alternative figures in their letter, don't they? We'll look at them later. They come up with specific figures where they say, we don't agree with Lichfield. You've underestimated the impact on us. We think the impact's actually more likely to be X percent. We will look at this later, but they've done that, haven't they? Yes. You've not done that.
No.
You haven't even provided, if you wanted to say, well, I don't feel comfortable nailing it down to, 1 percentage point, but I think it's in the range of between X and Y, that would be another situation. But you haven't done that either. You have done nothing in your evidence on trade diversion beyond saying you don't agree with Mr. Singer and you think the trade diversion will be higher than he has calculated. Yeah? Yeah. But it's on that basis of not having worked out any alternative figures that you are now asking the inspector to say, actually, the impact's too much.
If the store is so vulnerable, which is then even, I mean, that's what it says in the PPG, that even if it's, a small impact can be efficient if a store or a town centre is in a vulnerable position. And my belief is that's the case. Therefore, the specific percentage is not necessary.
So your professional view is that it's satisfactory for an applicant for planning permission to undertake impact assessment work, which you now accept is sufficient in terms of the information provided. You think it's satisfactory that an applicant can undertake the assessment work, put forward figures for what they say the impact will be. The local council can refuse planning permission purely by saying, we think it's higher. We're not going to tell you how much higher. We're not even going to have a stab in the dark at a range, but you can't have planning permission. You think that's acceptable, do you, as a professional?
It's on a individual circumstances basis. And I think that in this particular case, because of the role of Waitrose in the town centre, that is correct.
What specifically about the role of Waitrose in the town centre excuses you here from having even put forward an alternative range of figures?
It is a particular store. A range of figures is not going to tell us the likelihood. It's not going to take us any further forward as to whether that means the store would close or not. That will still be a professional judgment. that profession, and my view is that store is of such significance to the town centre. I mean, if it wasn't significant in the town centre, then again, it wouldn't matter what those percentages were. But that and the role of the Heart Centre it's this particular situation that I don't think we can do that, particularly because given there are the questions over what the base survey would be. So yes, I could have made up numbers, yes. But I don't see that would have helped the ultimate decision.
Well, it's not making, you're not, I mean, let's be a bit respectful. You're not suggesting Mr. Singer has made up his numbers, are you?
They're made based on, the figures are based on certain assumptions. Make a range of assumptions. But that is all it is. It's an indicator. Those figures can be a guide or are often a guide, but in this particular case, I don't think that having a set of numbers helps the ultimate decision.
But we do know that both Mr. Singer and actually also Waitrose themselves did think it was helpful figures forward for the inspector to consider, yes?
Yes.
And I think the answer to this will probably also be yes, but presumably you have yourself previously, when you say you've acted a lot for local planning authorities, assume there have been cases where you have turned your mind to what you actually think the number might be, yes?
In some cases, yes. It's necessary.
And it is correct that Mr. Singer's conclusion that there isn't a significant adverse impact is premised on him having done, a detailed analysis that results in specific figures, both for the performance against the company benchmark and for trade diversion. Whereas your conclusion that there won't be a significant adverse impact is not based on anything beyond a sort of impressionistic understanding of what the figures are here.
No, I mean, I've looked at all the figures that are there and I have considered them. That's, that makes it's not as if I've just gone and wandered around. I mean, I've looked at these figures in a lot of detail and I've got, it's led me to the view that the Waitrose is underperforming. Looking at the trade diversion that Mr. Singer's provided, I think the trade draw will be greater than he has said. So we have a store that is already vulnerable with a greater impact than has been suggested. Then looking at the health of the centre, we have a store and a shopping centre that are important elements of the overall town centre that are then vulnerable.
I mean, we agreed at the outset that, the question we're considering here is really, if there's an impact, have we crossed the threshold or will we cross the threshold potentially between an impact that's just adverse and an impact that's significantly adverse? Yes. I mean, it is helpful and relevant in considering that question of, is the impact so bad that it will be significantly adverse, to base that on some sort of understanding of the figures, isn't it?
No.
Then why have you looked at them if they're not relevant?
Well, the figures are relevant, but there is no percentage. If I was to say, oh, I think the trade diversion will be 5%, 10%, it'll take the store down to 40% of company average, or it'll keep it, the stores might be performing better, so it might be 60% of company average. That doesn't answer the question as to will that lead to the closure of the store, which ultimately is the key question.
I mean, it's not the only question, but surely if you have a store, and this isn't the current, let's take a hypothetical. If you had a store that's performing at 35% against the company benchmark, or 40, or something very terrible, and a 10% trade diversion, it is more likely that that store would close than the store that's performing at 90% against the company benchmark and has a 0.5% trade diversion, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. So figures are helpful in our understanding of the significance of the impact, aren't they? I'm not saying they're determinative of it, of course not, but they are helpful in quantifying and facilitating my understanding, the inspector's understanding of the significance of the impact here.
My view was that it wasn't necessary to do them in this case with what we had. And if it would have helped you, sir, I'm very sorry I didn't do that, but I would have ended up with very wide ranges that I don't think would have ultimately answered the question we have to look at for policy.
That's not my question. Is your evidence as a professional that having figures for trade diversion and for performance against the company benchmark is of no help to the decision maker in understanding the significance of the impact?
I don't think it is necessary in this case.
Not an answer to my question. I'll try one more time. I did not ask you what you think is necessary. I've very much understood your evidence on that. Is it your evidence as an experienced professional that having analysis in the form of figures is not helpful to the decision maker in understanding the significance of the impact?
If the figures are realistic and can be relied on, they are helpful. If they're not realistic or reliable, then no, they're no help.
But I am concerned we're going around in circles here, because this is why I was very careful at the start of your cross-examination to establish that the council has moved on, and I confirm this with Mr. Neal, the council has moved on from its initial complaint under reason for refusal 1, which was that it felt that the methodology was inadequate in various ways, right? Yet now you seem to be sat here saying that actually the figures are so unrealistic that they can't be relied upon.
The individual figures cannot be relied on. I think that's quite clear. They give a feel for what's going on, and I think my view is in this case that is sufficient.
One response to your criticisms of the figures would have been for LSH to require the applicant to redo the surveys, wouldn't it?
It could have been a response, but I didn't think, well, I wasn't involved at the stage when the application was determined. I didn't think it was necessary. I think in terms of the timing, the question that was raised in the LSH data, in the appraisal, before the application was determined, was a question regarding the other town centre stores, which we then had hinted at the statement of case related to the, or we had it sort of confirmed that related to the M&S. At that point, all we've had is a response in effect to that question. We haven't seen any further analysis. That didn't come till May.
You were, well, not you, Lambert Smith Hampton was provided with the household survey data in August of 2024, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
Right. And at no point in the over 18 months that have since elapsed did LSH or you say to the applicant, this household survey analysis is inadequate, can you go and redo the survey? Correct.
The second appraisal from my colleague was I think was expecting further information, and I don't think they had they hadn't got to that stage. They'd raised queries and they were expecting a response. They didn't get that response, and the application was determined. When I got involved, I started looking at the data, and at that point, we didn't know that there was going to be a new retail impact assessment provided. I started looking at it, and hence why I was looking at the data and sort of what is this information showing. Now, I think my colleague would probably have been waiting for that the next response, or they would have gone into that level of detail. There was no reason for my colleague to have analysed that survey in detail when he'd raised questions that he was waiting for a response to.
So your evidence is that your colleague didn't need to analyse this household survey in detail, even though it had been provided in August 2024 and it formed the first reason for refusal subsequently many months later.
He didn't, as far as I'm aware, wasn't involved at the time when the application was refused. He provided his advice and was expecting something further back.
Well, since he's gone to pastures new, I can't really ask your colleague questions. So the short point is you're complaining still about the degree of reliance to be put on the figures and on the underlying survey analysis, even though we had already agreed that the council's position has moved on from that. But no point in time has anyone suggested to the applicant that the survey should be redone. And you just said you didn't think it was necessary. Why is that?
Because there will always be issues with a survey, and in this case, if we were in a position that we needed to look at perhaps several town centres and stores in a number of centres, then I think that may have actually been the suggestion, was that the survey was so unreliable, or in so many ways that it might have been necessary. But I don't think that would have been a proportionate response in this case, where when it comes down to it, the issues in terms of impact are relatively restricted, because we are only talking about the stores in Fleet Town Centre. We're only talking about 3 stores, of which 2 of them, all the information available seems to suggest to trading okay. So we're down to the trading performance and trade diversion from 1 store. And I don't think it would have been proportionate to have asked for a new household survey on that basis.
What's the solution to the unreliability that you say the survey has then?
My first stop would be to ask NEMS as to how they do their weighting. But beyond that, potentially look at a cross-tab of the responses by age to understand what was going on.
But I mean, I really cannot reconcile your primary position and the council's primary position, which was confirmed by Mr. Neil in his opening and again orally just now, where you are now disavowing any argument that we haven't done the analysis that we needed to do, with what you're now saying around.
I'm saying that the base data means you have to have a degree of caution. The analysis that's then done includes various professional assumptions, which I don't agree with. So, but that doesn't mean to say I can't reach a judgment based on that.
But what, if any, I just want to be clear on this, that I can pick this up with Mr. Singer. You're still saying that you don't like the survey and you think it's unreliable, yes?
Yes.
What?
Well, unreliable in terms of the specifics, how it's then being used to get the market shares. Yes.
The weighting exercise you don't like?
No.
Okay. But what do you actually say Mr. Singer ought to have done differently then in terms of that exercise?
If that, I don't know what Mr. Singer would have done. If I'd been doing it, I would have been asking more questions at the outset before I'd done the analysis of the market research company, to try and understand why these very bizarre results came out. What I would have done after that would obviously have depended on the response.
Right, okay, well, I'll ask Mr. Singer what he has to say in response to that in due course. I mean, the point in relation to the figures, though, is that your position is that Waitrose is on, is so vulnerable because of what's already happened in terms of, you say, the Morrison's expansion and the Aldi coming on online elsewhere, that the advent of a single additional Lidl store will push the Waitrose over the edge. Yes, that's your position.
Yes.
That analysis is premised on an alternative analysis for the trading performance of Waitrose, because you don't agree with Mr. Singer's figure, and also an alternative understanding of the trade diversion, yes?
Yes.
You haven't articulated, even as a range, where we are in terms of the figures. So your evidence is really just that you think Waitrose is in such peril that this additional store coming along will be, the tipping point, but you haven't backed that up with the analysis in quantitative terms.
I haven't backed it up with quantitative terms, and I think my view remains the fact that the Aldi has obviously had a dramatic effect, and I wouldn't expect the Lidl to have any. It would have a less effect, as we've said, because some trade will already have been lost, but it would still have a noticeable effect on the store.
Is your position that any trade diversion from the Waitrose would result in it being likely to close?
No, there probably would be some degree of yeah, it's probably got some ability. The problem is, I don't think that a store of this size in this proximity would have a small effect. I mean, a convenience store were to open in Fleet, then it might take some trade from Waitrose, but that wouldn't be the end of Waitrose. But this store, Lidl is not just going to take a small amount of trade from one of the main food shops in the town.
Okay, I do want to then come on to what Waitrose themselves have said through First Plan. So their objection letters are at 1205 and 1206. I mean, as you went through in your evidence in chief, Waitrose themselves have not said that if the trade diversion is 1.4%, as Mr. Singer has suggested, it is likely that they will close the store, have they?
No, because they would. I would be extremely surprised if they would say they would close the store, even if whatever that percentage is.
Well, can we just turn up 12.5, please? We can see if we look at table 1 on, I think this is in, well, there aren't page numbers actually, I don't think, but it's internal page 5.
Yeah.
We can see that this is what I was referring to earlier when I said that First Plan had provided some alternative figures. They provided an alternative percentage figure in the right-hand table in the column for the Waitrose and Fleet Town Centre of 8.6%, yes?
Yeah.
Yet, even though, and actually the cumulative impact, I think later on in the letter is 10.9%, even though they are saying that the impact will be 8.6% and not Mr. Singer's 1.4%, they still don't even refer to so much as a risk of store closure, let alone a likelihood, do they?
They won't, because of for the reasons I set out this morning. If something goes into the public domain that says that there is a risk of a store closing, from the Waitrose point of view, they've then got a major problem with staff, let alone anything else. That's
there are examples of store operators saying publicly in planning inquiries that they will vacate stores, aren't there?
There are, occasionally.
Yeah.
But I also know that that can backfire, and I wouldn't normally expect to see it.
It's right though as well. I mean, retail store staff are to be credited with sufficient intelligence to work out that if their store is objecting to a rival store proposal, it may be because they are concerned about closing. So just because the letter doesn't say in an objection, we will vacate the store if planning permission is granted, that's not going to necessarily mean that the staff don't understand that something's up, is it?
It's the sort of thing that the press will pick up on if there's that headline. And that would be the concern. And it's one reason why a lot of this is done by, this is the consultants acting on Waitrose's behalf.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you said it's occasional, but the point is sometimes this does happen and store operators do come out and say, we will close if this planning permission is granted. Yeah. The other point as well, though, is that if Waitrose were genuinely worried about a risk of closure, but they didn't want to put the wind up their staff unless they had to, one would expect them to be participating in this inquiry as a Rule 6 party, wouldn't we?
I don't know. I don't know whether what they normally do, but
I mean, you did say in your evidence earlier that in your experience it was rare for Waitrose to object. So you actually know what Waitrose do or not really?
Well, I've not seen them object. I know of other cases where people have, where retailers make objections, but they don't always follow that through with full 6-party involvement for various reasons. So I don't know what their decision was on this one, but they, what they do. They have obviously followed the proceedings. They have submitted the second letter, and they have so obviously followed it through. I don't know whether they then would want to be here. That's a decision.
I mean, they've certainly had your evidence available to them where you're saying that you think there's a likelihood the store will close. They haven't even sent anybody from First Plan along just to stand up today and say, we agree with Ms. Reeves. We're also worried about that. No participation at all beyond the 2 letters.
I mean, what they do say in their January letter, the CD12, is they say, on the basis of the above, we review the council's decision to refuse the application on the basis of the absence sufficient information to draw conclusions is appropriate. And they have quoted some of our, they've looked at some of the work that LSH have done. I mean, they would have, they potentially could have seen my proof, but that's only been available for a short time, so I don't know.
As I've understood your evidence, your case is that Mr. Singer has underestimated the trade diversion. If the inspector were to agree with Mr. Singer that the trade diversion is actually 1.4%, are you still saying that in that instance, there's a real risk or a likelihood, actually, which is the test we need to concern ourselves with, that the store would close?
If it was only that 2 million, it probably wouldn't close.
Returning to the planning practice guidance, paragraph 18 says that, by way of example, in areas where there are high levels of vacancy and limited retailer demand, even very modest trade diversion to a new development may lead to a significant adverse impact. Could we go to the NRIAA again, please? And EDF is page 17, I think. Yeah, it's also internal page 17. So tables 7 and 8.
Yeah.
We can see here that if we look at it in terms of the number of units or the percentage of units, for the town centre, the vacancy rate is 16.4 against the UK average of 14.7, yes?
Yeah.
And then if we look at it in terms of percentage of floor space, actually the vacancy rate for Fleet Town Centre is 15.6, which is slightly better than the 16% average for the UK overall, yeah?
Inconsequential difference, yes.
But what we can see from those figures is that the town centre as a whole is not an area where high levels of vacancy are being experienced.
Town centre as a whole has got UK average rate. I wouldn't say that that is not necessarily high. I mean, it's 15%, 16% vacancies. It's a considerable number. It's not, it's not a sort of to be dismissed. It's still a, the context of the last 20, 30 years, it's still a relatively high number.
But the PP, sorry.
Yeah. And it has, it's not as if it's been getting any better.
The PPG, though, is a document that's kept up to date. And I mean, are you saying to the inspector that when he reads the PPG and it says high levels of vacancy, he should take that to mean that anything that's actually just an average level of vacancy nationwide is a high level?
No, across the town centre as a whole, I don't think you can dismiss 15% vacancies as sort of unimportant. It's already a starting point. But the point in this case is that those vacancies are concentrated in the primary shopping area.
Yeah, but well, I mean, let's just go point by point if we can. I'm not suggesting the inspector just shuts his mind completely to what the vacancy level may be or that it's entirely irrelevant, but specifically for the purpose of the PPG, we can agree that given that the vacancy rates across the town centre as a whole are average, the town centre as a whole is not an area where there are high levels of vacancy for the purposes of the PPG, yeah? And then neither is the town centre as a whole an area of limited retailer demand, which is the other point that's raised in this part of the PPG.
I don't, across the town centre as a whole, I don't think there is any evidence of, of what retailer demand there is. I mean, there is a lot of vacant units of a wide range of things. So I think there probably is limited retailer demand.
Well, I mean, there is no evidence either way. Is
Well,
there
there's
really?
vacant units. There's a vacant units.
What a vacancy rate that's the UK average is, you say, definitive evidence of limited retailer demand?
There is, at the moment, yes, I think it probably is, because there is very limited retailer. There's relatively few shops, retailers opening new shops, so that across the UK that is an issue.
Okay, well, we'll see whether Mr. Singer agrees with you on that tomorrow. When we're looking at this paragraph of the PPG, and it refers to areas where there are high levels of vacancy and limited retailer demand, the town centre is the correct focus, isn't it, given the way that the policy is worded?
Yes.
Given the points that we've discussed, so in particular, the pricing difference between Waitrose and Lidl, the evidence that shows us where discounters nationwide have gained market share and which retailers lost out to them, and the fact that Waitrose are not participating fully in this inquiry, it's not likely that Waitrose will close if the Lidl comes online, is it?
I don't agree.
I mean, even if there's a risk, the threshold is likelihood. But even if there's a risk, it's not likely, is it?
I think it is likely.
Yes, one point I just need to pick up, because you gave a different answer in evidence in chief, possibly, is can we go back to your proof, please, and go to paragraph 167? Let me know when you're there.
Yeah.
And so you halfway through, you say, as a result, you consider there's a real risk that the store could close if the Lidl proposal proceeds. You're now revising that to say you think there's a likelihood that the store would close, are you?
I don't see significant difference in that. It like No, I don't. I don't think that's changing my position.
Okay, and then you go on to say, as this is the largest food store in the town centre, this would represent a very major, if not significantly adverse impact on the vitality and viability of the town centre when viewed in isolation. So I read that actually as kind of refraining from saying outright that if the Lidl and the Waitrose and the Waitrose alone were to close, that would be a significant adverse impact, because you've taken the time to say you think it would be a very major, if not significantly adverse impact. So I read that as you saying, if it was just the Waitrose that was lost, that would be very major, but by itself, it wouldn't be very significant.
I think what I was trying to say was I can see that if that store was freestanding, I think that's probably the best way of putting it. If it was just that store that was affected, then I think it would be that major, or could be significantly adverse. And I would keep that doubt in. That is if it was a freestanding store, but it's not. It's part of the heart centre, which goes on to the second point. I mean, the two are. I suppose it's almost a sort of like a hypothetical one. The way I've worded it there was if it was just that store, then that's would be my view that yes, there is potentially an element.
I am going to ask for clarity here because we're coming on to discuss whether it's right to suggest that other units in the shopping centre or the whole shopping centre are also likely to close.
Mm.
Are you saying that if it were just the Waitrose, it is a very major impact, or are you saying that if it's just the Waitrose, that is a significant adverse impact?
I think it's on balance, I think it would be significant adverse, but I think it's obviously, if that were the only unit that were lost with no knock on, whether it's the heart centre or the foot, you've also got to think about the footfall decline as well, then that would be it. But it's when you go off, yeah, that's not it's consequence of that is what needs to be considered.
So, but your professional evidence is that if it's just the Waitrose that goes, and therefore also the footfall to and from the Waitrose, but all of the other units in the shopping centre stay open, you are now saying that it is a significant adverse impact.
I think it still remains likely, but it is less likely. I mean, there's obviously degrees of it. I would be less certain if it was just that, because
you do understand why I'm trying for a really clear answer on this, because it's where the application of the policy stands or falls, right? So there's either a likely significant adverse impact, not, policy non-compliance, or there isn't policy compliance. So that's why I'm really keen to understand what your position is. If we're just losing the Waitrose, likelihood that we're just losing the Waitrose, and the inspector isn't persuaded that any other units are likely to close, are you saying that even then there's still a likely significant adverse impact?
in the context of its location, yes.
Could we go then, please, to the second Waitrose objection letter? So this is CD 12.6.
Yep.
And page 2, I think. You should see a heading that says, oh, actually, is it page 2? Yeah, page 2, there's a heading that says diversity of uses in Fleet Town Centre. I think on the wrong page. No, page 2. Let me know when you're there.
Yep.
Fourth line down in the first paragraph, we can see that first plans say the town centre has 3 clear convenience goods anchor stores. So the Waitrose, the M&S Food and the Sainsbury's, yeah?
Yep.
Do you agree with that, or are you going to tell me that you don't agree that there are 3 clear convenience goods anchor stores in Fleet Town Centre?
Yeah, they're the 3. They're the 3 main convenience stores. Yes.
And so, even if the Waitrose were to close, 2 of the 3 main anchor convenience goods stores would still be anchoring, wouldn't they? In the town centre.
The 2 smallest would still be anchoring.
Yeah, but they're still anchor stores.
Yes, but the big one, the main one would have gone.
And then can we go in your proof to paragraph 168, please?
Mm-hmm.
So you say Waitrose is also the anchor to the Hart Shopping Centre and one whose future trading is essential to it. Vacancy levels within the centre are already high, and the loss of footfall to Waitrose would, in my view, lead to its eventual closure. I mean, that is your professional view, but it isn't backed up by any supporting evidence, is it, or analysis?
I don't know how you. No, you. I'm not sure what analysis it could be supported by.
Well, I mean, you don't give any examples of an entire shopping centre closing elsewhere simply because the anchor tenant has vacated.
Well, shopping centres have been closing for various reasons, and the problems facing them are all unique to the individual centre. This is a centre that has been struggling for a long time, has got high vacancies now, and if it loses the one store that is in effect drawing people in, then I don't see how given the problems shopping centres are facing anyway, why it wouldn't close.
Right. Well, I mean, it just isn't correct, is it, that every time an anchor tenant vacates a shopping centre, the entire shopping centre becomes vacant. I mean, in terms of department stores, for example, we've lost BHS, House of Fraser, Debenhams in the last few years, and yet it's not, it doesn't follow that an anchor tenant leaves and therefore the shopping centre gives up the ghost as well. Okay.
Never said it did. It's just, it's this particular situation.
Can you go to?
Sorry. That's supported in the first plan letter, the paragraph below the one you just referred to. It says it's clear the wider vitality and viability of Fleet Town Centre is highly dependent on the successful operation of the anchor food stores.
The anchor food stores, plural, of which two would remain, yes?
Yes, but the one in the Fleet Centre would go. Therefore, it would, that has implications for the Fleet Centre.
Could you go to your proof of evidence, page 41, please? Figure CR2, which is the vacancies in the whole of the town centre, but I'm interested in the shopping centre as of July last year. And we can see there's the Waitrose, which is the large unit just next to Upper Street at the bottom of the shopping centre. And then at the other end of the shopping centre, there's a slightly smaller, I think, but still, demonstrably much larger unit that's shown as vacant. Yes. I mean, that is a second anchor unit at the other end of the shopping centre, isn't it?
It has the potential to be a second anchor unit. As I said earlier, it has now been occupied, but I'm not sure that a shop selling beds and furniture can be counted as an anchor store in terms of attracting footfall.
I'll leave aside the current occupier, I'll come back to them. But looking at how this shopping centre was designed, you've got two, I think, relatively identical looking entrances.
Yeah.
And we can see in plan form, and I went through it myself this morning, you go in and then you've got the corridor at the back. And in design terms, this shopping centre has plainly been laid out so that you've got two entrances, and at each entrance you've got your anchor unit. Yeah. So that is an anchor unit. Yeah.
It's intended to be, yes.
Yeah, it is. And we know that in July last year, that one was vacant, but it isn't vacant anymore. So we know that within the shopping centre that you say is likely to close if Waitrose goes, the other anchor tenant vacated at some point and has been replaced.
Yes.
Similarly, if Waitrose were to vacate, we would expect the shopping centre's owners or their agents to try and let out the vacant unit, wouldn't we?
We'd expect them to try, yes.
As regards the other units in the shopping centre, those will be let on leases with terms and conditions that govern the circumstances in which they can exercise their break clauses and vacate. Yes?
What do you mean, the existing tenants or future tenants?
The existing ones.
Yeah, they'll all have their own agree. Yeah.
Yeah, and we don't know the detail of the terms of any of those leases. So we don't know what the legal position would be for the tenants of the other units if Waitrose were to vacate.
No.
Then can we go to paragraph 125 of your proof, please? Oh, and just actually before we go to that, you know, you've agreed that we'd obviously expect the owners and their agents to try and let the Waitrose unit out, and we can see that actually the last time they had to find a tenant for the anchor unit, they found one.
I don't know how long it took them, but vacancies in that centre have been an issue for a long time. I mean, I think certainly referenced in the retail study, 2014 retail study. It may have been picked up before.
So paragraph 125 of your proof, we can see that in terms of people visiting the town centre, food shopping is actually the second most important reason that respondents to the household survey go there, because non-food shopping came out slightly higher at 21.5%.
Slightly higher, yes.
Obviously, those people would still be going to the town centre even if the Waitrose were not there, yes?
Yes.
And we've also got the 10% that go to the food and beverage facilities, and then the 5.5 service users who would still be going for those purposes, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I noted when I went round the shopping centre that there are food and beverage uses in there, and there are also non-food units such as, I think, a hair salon that people would be making an appointment to go and utilise.
They will, but if those businesses rely on link trips for football because people are there for the Waitrose, there is a chance those trips could be lost.
And then 169 in your proof, please. You say, regardless of how well the remaining businesses on Fleet Road continue to perform, the closure of the shopping centre, in your view, could be nothing other than significantly adverse. But then you go on to explain that the shopping centre has been facing challenges for many years, and we can see this is 170. You cite vacancy rates from 2015, so from over a decade ago.
Yeah.
I mean, another way of looking at this would be to recognise that actually the shopping centre has been making a less important contribution to the vitality and viability of the town centre in recent years, wouldn't it?
It is. Yeah, I'm taking the fact that it is part of the primary shopping area which is defined in the local plan. So that is the key point. It has obviously been struggling, but if that centre were to close, that is a significant amount of the current retail floor space, and the Fleet Road alternatives are, it's, you know, the units on Fleet Road are not necessarily suitable for retailers. They're, you know, the modern retail units are in the heart centre. Fleet Road is got some smaller units like that, and it has got a range of other uses. And I think that's, you know, the plans I have in my appendix do show the sort of, I mean, we didn't colour up everything, but, you know, there are a variety of other uses along the Fleet Road.
I mean, just looking at 171, where you're again speaking about the RLT CSP2, which I think is the 2015 document, is it? And so you note that that study says, and this is back in 2015, that the shopping centre lacks prominence and visibility from Fleet Road and suggests that redevelopment of the site may be necessary. Again, this is as far back as 2015. As we've discussed, the shopping centre has worse vacancy rates than the rest of the town centre and has done for a while, yes?
Yeah.
If we look CR2, which is on your page 41, shows us the vacancy position as of last July. I mean, I appreciate some of this has moved on, but, you know, we can see the extent of the vacancies within the shopping centre. So your evidence is that despite the fact that 11 years ago it was identified as potentially needing redevelopment, and despite the fact that it's got a very high vacancy rate, it's still making such a contribution to vitality and viability that if it closed, that would mean a significant adverse impact on the rest of the town centre.
I mean, back in 2015, the talk about redevelopment may have been, you know, that was an option, potentially was an option. It didn't come forward then. You know, town centre redevelopment for retail is very rare now in town centres. So what you would see the loss of that, and I don't. That's, you know, if that is something that is considered appropriate or beneficial, then that's sort of a separate decision. But at the moment, that forms part of the shopping centre, and the loss of that amount of floor space from the defined town centre would be a significant adverse impact.
I mean, the shopping centre was built in the heyday of people actually going to the shops in person, wasn't it? So pre-internet shopping.
Yeah.
And the vacancies in the shopping centre, I'm not going to suggest all of them, but at least in part, those vacancies are not the result of trade diversion, but they're a result of national chains having gone under. So there's a new look, there's a game, there's possibly a shoe zone where the units are vacant, but we all know that's because those chains don't operate anymore, yes?
Yes.
And it, you know, it is the reality that the shopping centre is contributing less to the town centre's viability and vitality now than it would have done when it was in its pomp, yes?
Yes, but if it were to close and the units there, they include some of the major comparison units left in the town centre, and they could be lost.
I mean, which ones are we talking about? There's Waitrose. Which ones are we also talking about?
Where did I note it? It's in my proof. I referenced Mr. Singer's referred to 6 sort of major comparison retailers in the town centre, of which 5 of them were in the heart centre.
I think it's the May document. Yes. You might be thinking of it. it's in the appendix 1, so A 1.7 to the NRIAA.
I was looking for my bit.
So internal
Yeah.
page 18, do Boots, Robert Dias, E,
Yeah,
TG
that's
James,
it.
Rymans and
Yeah.
Clarks, that's the list.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the Boots store's got a frontage on that onto Fleet Road, doesn't it, as
Yes,
well?
it has.
Yeah.
But Robert Dias, E, TG Jones, Rymans and Clarks are all in the centre.
Those are not operators who would require the floor space of a food store, though, are they? These are the smaller units within the shopping centre.
They're, yeah, some of them are, yeah, they're not in the anchor units, no, but they would, whether there is units of the size they're occupying available elsewhere, and whether they would relocate or whether they would use that as the excuse to close.
I mean, the picture ultimately, I mean, you said yourself in your evidence in chief that the town centre, you said it's a town centre of two parts, the shopping centre and then the rest of the town centre. The position ultimately is that the shopping centre, isn't performing well, but the rest of the town centre is healthy, isn't it?
Yes, but the retail, it's a large percentage of the retail floor space in that centre. So it's not, to just say, oh, well, it's sort of, it's important.
Right. Okay. So your position is that you accept that the rest of the town centre is healthy. On your own evidence, we're dealing with a town centre of two parts here, and we know that the shopping centre is performing comparatively weakly, but you still say that the shopping centre is still making, despite the vacancy rates, such a contribution to vitality and viability that if it goes, that will be a significant impact. Yes. Okay, well, we'll leave the inspector to make his mind about that.
It accounts for a quarter of the total floor space in the town centre. That's my table CR8 on page 40 of my proof.
Yeah, I've got one point, and then we're going to come back to this point around floor space and unit analysis. Just before we come on to that, can we touch quickly on your proof at paragraph 123, please? And the first bullet point, you give us some stats on Waitrose's floor space, comparatively to total convenience floor space, and you say Waitrose is therefore a very important unit for determining the overall health of the centre. But whether any single unit is vacant or not is not adequate to determine the overall health of a town centre, is it? Because we know from the PPG in paragraph 6, which you refer to in your evidence, that in order to reach a view on the overall health of a town centre, there's a whole list of considerations that the decision maker needs to take into account. Yeah.
Yeah.
And similarly, I mean, you said again just now, I think really, the key reason you say there would be a significant impact on the town centre if the shopping centre went, the reasons you gave are it's a large percentage of the retail floor space in the centre and it's a quarter. And if we look at 176 of your proof, again, you're analysing this in terms of the quantum of floor space or the number of units that would be lost, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, but that's not the only fact. Those are not the only factors that we have to take into account in looking at the health of a town centre, are they?
No, but it's also the fact that we've already established that, you know, Waitrose is an anchor store. Footfall is always highest connected with food stores. So yeah, and the loss of it has physical effect as well, which is
When you write here that you think there's a significant adverse impact on the town centre if the shopping centre goes, you only acknowledge the loss of retail floor space and the loss of the units. You don't take into account or analyse what the impact, if any, would be on the other factors that are in the PPG as relevant to a town centre health assessment, do you?
no, but in terms of which, you know, it would affect footfall, it would affect diversity of uses.
Yeah, but when the inspector is asking himself, what is the impact likely to be on the vitality and viability of the town centre, you know, he can turn his mind, amongst other factors, to what the likely retail floor space lost would be, or what the number of units is that's likely to be lost. But he should also have regard to the other factors that are in paragraph 6 of the PPG, shouldn't he?
Yes, but we're not going to be able to determine sort of rental levels from there. I mean, accessibility, I've raised the point that the Heart Centre includes the largest car park in the town centre. So if the centre closed, and that, you know, whether the car park will continue to operate is an unknown.
I mean, but I'm bringing this up because I don't know if it was you or your colleagues at Lambert Smith Hampton, but I mean, the applicant was really pushed to provide additional town centre health assessment. Yes, which is what we then find if we look at Appendix 1 to the NRIAA. You know, we can see there's a mix of uses, customer views and visitor patterns, catchment area, rental levels, accessibility, environmental quality. So that is the fuller analysis that the PPG envisages, isn't it, for a town centre health check?
Yeah.
You in your proof of evidence don't engage with anything beyond there would be this percentage of floor space lost and this number of units. That's why you say there would be a significant impact. You don't consider the impact on the other factors.
Well, I do, because I talk about the car parking, which is one of the things, and the key, to me, the key addition in this compared to what was previously submitted when the application was before the council is the floor space information. That wasn't in the original submission. And that is always one of the things that I personally look for, because the number of units on its own can be very misleading. So from my personal point of view, I didn't have any involvement with that previous thing, but without the floor, you know, the floor space information as well as the number of units is certainly critical.
Oh yeah, but as I said, I don't deny that those are relevant things to think about, and you thought about those, and you say that having looked at, because of the impact on the floor space and the number of units lost, you think there'd be a significant adverse impact, but you don't engage in your proof with any of the other factors that are dealt with in Appendix 1, do you?
Well, I've mentioned the car park.
Okay, apart from the car park.
Catchment area, well, I'm not sure what there would be to engage in. Rental levels, there's no rental levels given for the Heart Shopping Centre. And that's, I don't see that's going to, you know, that's something I could predict because based on the closure of the Heart Shopping Centre. Environmental quality, well, that wouldn't have, yes, it wouldn't affect Fleet Road, but It
Yeah,
might
but
affect footfall.
You're
It will
doing
affect-
that. You're doing that sitting here now. It's all well and good. You didn't do that before you've reached your conclusions about significance in your proof, did you? Your proof.
The ones that are relevant to my reaching that decision, I did consider.
Okay, so you think that the appropriate approach is just to look at floor space and number of units lost
I looked at the car park and I looked
and the
at
car park.
and I looked at the loss of footfall. I mean, I'm just flicking through the appendix. I don't know. I looked at the number of national. I've made reference to the fact that the centre includes the national multiples.
Okay, the car park. At 169 of your proof, you say the scheme. Well, sorry, the loss of the shopping centre could also prejudice access to the main car park serving the town centre, but there isn't any evidence from you on what the contractual terms of the existing access arrangement are. So this car park point is speculation, isn't it?
Well, it's speculation, but that's it is obviously a risk that if the centre closes and the access to the car park is primarily through the shopping centre, I think for pedestrians, I don't know if there's any other access, then it may have to close.
It's also possible that the car park benefits from some extremely robust legal protection in the form of covenants and such like. That means that access has to be maintained, isn't it?
It's possible.
Yeah,
yes.
we don't know, and it is speculation to suggest that there will be an impact on the car park, isn't it?
It's pointing out something that could happen.
Which is speculation.
But it's part of the it is part of the centre. So when we're talking about the centre, it is part of.
But it is. I'm not trying to be unfair, but it is speculation, isn't it? Realistically, there's no evidence or anything else.
No.
So it's speculation.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that answer, sorry.
It was speculation.
Yeah, I did hear the answer.
Yes.
And finally, again, in terms of this being a matter for professional judgment, I've understood obviously that you say if the shopping centre closed, that would be a significant adverse impact on the vitality and viability of the town centre. Mr. Singer obviously doesn't agree with you. It's open to the inspector to prefer Mr. Singer's position on this as a matter of professional judgment, isn't it? So I have a shortish section left just on methodology, but equally I'm slightly losing my competition with the thunderstorm, and I've realised it's 5 o'clock. So I've just.
Yes, I was going to remind you, how long do you need roughly? I mean, I'm just thinking about whether or not it's worth extending tomorrow or carrying on a little bit longer.
You think we should try and finish?
Were you intending on re-examining?
Not much, very short.
Okay, I mean, looking at the time, I'm willing to go to about 5:30, and then I think anything above that will pause and start again tomorrow. So,
I mean, I think my estimate for this witness was 3 hours. I've got 20 minutes left if we allow for the coffee break, and I am optimistic that with Ms. Reeves' assistance, I can be done inside of that. So we should all be out of here by before 5:30, hopefully.
suggesting a break, but we've already had one.
Sorry, I meant that 3 hours have already gone, but we had a 20-minute anyway.
Oh, right, okay.
There's no question here, I'm just kidding.
So yes,
But, yeah,
unless
please continue.
unless Ms. Reeves or anybody else wants to come a very quick comfort break, I'll just carry on.
No, I'm all right.
Right. So yeah, the final section is on the sort of methodological points. Now, as I understood your evidence in chief, the only major point you're still taking on why you say the methodology underpinning the NRIAA is something to be cautious over is that you say that the weighting exercise has resulted in some results that you consider to be questionable. Is that
Yes.
fair? And the context here at 115 of your proof, you say you've got a number of ongoing concerns in relation to the household survey data that underpins the NRIAA. But then, as Mr. Neal pointed out earlier, at paragraph 30 of your proof, you say in relation to NEMS as an established market research company and the household survey that the approach that they adopted, in your view, does accord with established practice and is consistent with that employed for previous surveys in the area and elsewhere. So I don't think you're suggesting that there's anything in the fact that they undertook a weighting exercise or in the way it was carried out that is straying from established practice, are you?
There's nothing new, sort of, that isn't standard in terms of the way the household survey was conducted. And it's common to then do some weighting. What I don't know how, it's something that NEMS do, and I don't know how they actually do that calculation, how they've done it in this case. But the actual principle of doing a weighting,
Yeah,
is standard.
because these were the points I noted down from your evidence in chief. You agree, and your own view is that household surveys are the traditional way to obtain information on stores' performance.
Yeah.
The need for weighting, you said, has always existed. There's always been a need to adjust survey results to make allowance for, in particular, age profile differences.
Yeah.
And the survey size here was above, albeit I think not by much, but it was above what NEMS considered to be the minimum requirement in order to be reliable.
Yeah, yeah. In terms of the numbers per zone, yes, they did 100 interviews, which NEMS have subsequently identified as the minimum they recommend.
And your evidence was it's becoming more and more difficult to get representative samples of respondents. And then you said what seems to have happened here is that they've had that problem and then they've weighted the results to try and reflect this. But that was the right response, wasn't it, to weight the results? Otherwise, we'd just be left with an unrepresentative sample.
Yes, the problem is that if you have to weight too much, what you're doing is then relying on a very small number of respondents. And that's where, I mean, it looks as if they've sort of discarded, in effect, about 2/3 of the 500 people over 65. So that reduces your overall sample size. So therefore, the data is being based on a much smaller sample. But that's the issue. It's not the weighting, it's when you start to get large weighting, one change to interviewing one under 34 or whatever it is, rather than another. Instead of changing one result, it then has a knock-on effect and would be maybe changing it sort of by 3.
Could we go to page 14 of the NRIAA, please? And table 6.
Yeah.
You have that?
Yeah.
So Mr. Singer's undertaken a sensitivity test here, and he's analysed, we can see it says sensitivity testing of forecast trade diversion impact on benchmark turnovers. So he has used benchmark turnovers, so the company averages, as opposed to the weighted household survey analysis. Is that that's your understanding, is it?
Yes, he's used the,
And what we can see when we look at Waitrose is that if instead of using the household survey results with, you know, what you think is an unrealistic 400% performance on the part of Sainsbury's and an 800% performance on the part of M&S, if instead of using all of that, we use the company's averages, actually there's even less of a predicted impact on Waitrose because we're looking at 0.8% rather than the 1.4%, yeah?
that's what that table says, but I don't believe, I mean, when you're looking at trade diversion, if a store is performing better, you wouldn't necessarily assume the same trade draw and equivalent. So I don't think that table, that's in effect applying the trade diversion based on the survey. And I certainly would not come to the same conclusion if the turnover of the stores was different. Therefore, if the store was, Waitrose was performing better, I would have expected, and that's what I'd looked at, I would have expected the trade diversion from it to be higher. So I actually don't think that's tells us anything helpful.
Well, no, because it does give us an understanding of what the position will be if we assume, you know, an average operation for all of the stores in this list. One of the things you don't like about the survey results is you say they indicate, you know, a wildly overperforming Sainsbury's and M&S, and this table gets rid of that law because it assumes a normal average operation. Yeah. And it shows that if we, it's a sensitivity analysis, but if as a form of sensitivity testing, we look at matters on the basis of, you know, what happens if the stores all perform in an average way, we can see that the scheme's impact on Waitrose is still very small.
But that's what I disagree with. I don't think you would have the same trade diversion if you had a set of store turnovers to start with. I mean, I think that's probably most obvious with, if you looked at, you know, taking the same assumption, the M&S turnover halves overall with the cumulative impacts. Trade diversion is more complicated than that. You can't just take one set of figures and then plug in another set.
But so your position is that even if we, you know, on a sensitivity analysis, resolve any suggestion that the baseline turnover has been inflated, there's still a problem because the trade diversion analysis you say is somehow, you know, not well founded. Is that what you're saying ultimately?
Well, I don't think that table helps. And I mean, what, you know, the key question is the Waitrose. So what all this is doing is saying, well, if we assume the Waitrose store is performing better than we think it is, the impact will be less. Well, I don't think that actually helps.
What actually is the fundamental, and I'm a bit unclear on this ultimately still. The reasons that you say the trade diversion analysis is somehow inapt are what exactly? Is that just the same complaint around the household survey data?
Trade diversion is, I don't agree with Mr. Singer's trade diversion assumptions. I think more trade would come from the stores in the town centre, particularly Waitrose.
Right, but is that then a separate issue to the household survey criticisms? It's that you and he disagree as to where, you know, Waitrose shoppers are going to go and how many of them have already gone to Aldi and all the rest of it. Yeah?
I mean, it's obviously any consideration of trade diversion is informed by the market shares you get. But ultimately, whatever the turnover of Waitrose, my view is that the Waitrose would see a bigger trade diversion than the 0.12 million that Mr. Singer is forecasting.
Yeah, but if the inspector, let's just say the inspector is with Mr. Singer on the trade diversion analysis, and agrees that actually there is no evidence that these little shoppers will draw people away from Waitrose. So if he's with Mr. Singer on all the other points about why you say the trade diversion analysis is flawed, then this table is helpful to the inspector in that it does give him an understanding of what the position would be if it were just the household survey results that were slightly off in terms of the weighting having resulted in unrepresentative outcomes.
Well, it helps in the sense that if you think that the Waitrose is trading at company benchmark levels, if that was the case, it would be in a better position to withstand impacts.
Right, thank you.
I'm going to say it potentially helps with the other stores, but the other stores we're not worried about anyway.
Let me just check if there's anything else I need to ask you. Yeah, fine, just final couple of questions. So there's a criticism in Mr. Neal's opening around the timing of the production of the NRIAA. That's not something you've raised in your proof of evidence, and you didn't submit a rebuttal, nor did you write to ask for extra time to consider the results, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And also, I mean, given that reason for refusal 1 is originally worded as an absence of information, it's relatively obvious that on an appeal, the appellant was going to submit some more information, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rees. Thank you, sir. That's the end of the cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Sargent. I'll invite re-examination now.
Of course,
if I may.
I'm assuming you don't have any questions as well.
I don't have any questions, no.
Doesn't say just one question, but I think it's. Yeah, so it's just one quick question on the PPG, Ms. Rees, and it's been a long afternoon. I'd just like to take you back to that. So do you remember that you were asked about the reference in the PPG? It'd be worth just putting it
I was
up.
going to say, what have I done with my copy? Yeah, so I've got it.
You got it.
Yeah.
My bit opens that stage up, but it's under paragraph 15.
Yeah.
And it was put to you, well, that particular section where it says retail users tend to compete with their most comparable competitive facilities. You see that? Tend to compete.
Yeah. Yeah.
See that?
Yeah.
And I just want to, that's an observation in guidance about where there's attending a competition. But is that particular section telling us about what retail impact assessment? Is it telling the decision maker what the scope of the retail impact assessment should be?
No. No. And sort of looking at it again, it's also, I mean, it does actually say in respect to that particular sector, which in this case is the convenience food sector. So it's food stores competing with food stores rather than food stores competing with stores that might sell a little bit of food. But yeah.
But I think that was the only. Yeah, that was the only. Oh, so that, yes, there's one point. It's not so much. It's mainly because I didn't get a clear note of it. But you were asked about the what figure you had identified, or rather, it was the fact that you hadn't identified in your proof a particular figure for the turnover of the Waitrose,
yeah,
in particular. Now, I don't want to repeat this. Equating but yes, you were asked. You could have attempted to provide the spectrum of the range of roughly where the Waitrose was performing. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And then you said well, impressed that somewhere between the figures. So I could have given the range somewhere between the figures, between the weighted ranges in your table CR4 and the unweighted ranges.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I just want to be absolutely clear. You see what those ranges are, and then you then mentioned, and it's mainly just to be absolutely clear, because I didn't get a clear enough notice of your answer. I think you referred to a percentage at 65% of the companies.
Of the company average, yes,
Yeah,
I think that was.
Can you just be absolutely clear? Just want to make sure from a note. Is that what you were saying?
It was, yes, the figure in CRA9, the 11.86, which is the unweighted figures.
Yeah.
That is 65 or 64% of the benchmark turnover for Waitrose as set out in table CR3. That's the unweighted. Yeah. The weighted is only, it's only
just follow up.
36.
So if one assumes, if we're in a world, I know you don't like we've heard a lot about the figures, but if the inspector was to take the survey that was carried out, looking at and is going to look at the weighted and unweighted, and has to take a view on. So where would you go? You've got the range. You've made between unweighted of 11.86 and weighted of 6.68.
Yeah.
So you mentioned 65%. I mean, where in that range, upper and lower end, or what would you say the inspector should go?
I think
if on that hypothesis, if he takes those things.
Yeah, I think I would tend to go towards the unweighted figures, because I think they give slightly more credible sort of set of turnovers for all the stores.
Is there anything more you want to say? So just go towards the unweighted, anything else? Clarify. Unweighted.
Unweighted, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, it's no. But if it had to be one or the other, I think the unweighted set gives a more credible sort of turnover forecast for not just the Waitrose, but for all the stores.
Thank you. I just wanted to be absolutely clear what the condition was. Thank you. So I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Reeve, for your contributions. There's no further questions from me. I've already alluded to that. So we'll adjourn for now and reconvene tomorrow. We'll hear evidence in chief from Mr. Singer. So we'll start again at 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.